Good afternoon. The time is now 2 o'clock and I'll call the Tuesday, June 9th, 2026 regular council meeting to order. I'll start with our land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory in Métis Nation of Alberta District 11. We recognize that we stand upon land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. The City honors the First Peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. Before I get into the agenda, I would just first like to make a comment that we recognize that many of the matters discussed are important here today, are important to our community, and may bring forward strong opinions and emotions. We ask that all participants and attendees treat one another with courtesy and respect throughout the meeting. Please allow speakers to be heard without interruption. Lost my spot. And remember that while we may have differing perspectives, we all share a common goal of serving the best interests of our community. By conducting ourselves professionally and respectfully, we can ensure a productive and meaningful discussion for everyone involved. Next, I'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Ketcher.
I'll move the agenda as printed and circulated.
Thank you. Is there any amendments? Not seeing any, I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried. All right, the next item is delegations. This is for anyone who wishes to speak to something on the agenda that is not part of a public hearing. So that would be, RCMP Community Prioritization Plan, Council Strategic Plan, Council Remuneration Expense Procedure, Bylaw C 2026, and that would be it. So is there anyone who wishes to speak to those items today? Not seeing any. We'll move on to, we don't have anything on the consent agenda, so I'll get a motion to approve the minutes. Councillor Nguyen?
I'll move that council approve the minutes of the May 26, 2026 regular council meeting.
Thank you very much. Is there any errors or omissions? Not seeing any, I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. All right, that is carried. All right, next we will be moving into the public hearing for Bylaw C126. Just to go over the process for today, we have a full house of people. First, administration will present, then the applicant will present, and then it will move on to public delegations on the public hearing. We do have 9 people registered to speak. They will speak in the order in which they registered. Following that, anybody else who wishes to speak, I'll be given those names and the mic will be open. Everyone will have 5 minutes at that time. All right, so I will open the public hearing at 2:03 and welcome the city to present.
All right, thank you, Mayor and members of Council. So my name is Scott Purich. I'm a planner with the Planning and Development Department here at the City, and I will be presenting Bylaw C1-26 for second and third reading. This bylaw proposes a land use bylaw amendment for the highway commercial site adjacent to the Pineview area. So I will begin with a brief overview of the application, followed by the site location and background. I will then walk through the proposed amendment, what is changing and what is not, and finally I will speak to conformance with planning documents and administration's position before concluding with the recommendation. So the subject lands are located in the highway commercial area as shown highlighted in purple on the above image along Veterans Way or Highway 21 and generally in proximity to 84th Street and 94th Ave. There is an existing strip of land approximately 25 to 30 meters wide located along the northwest side of the property, separating the parcel from the nearby residential. Within this strip, there is a trail that is located approximately 5 to 10 meters from the amendment area. So the lands were rezoned in 2016 from Urban Reserve to DCA 07 Direct Control Mixed Use Center. The applicant submitted this amendment, or bylaw C1-26, on July 8th, 2025 to introduce residential uses to the district. An open house was held on November 20th, 2025 to collect feedback from nearby residents. So what is changing? Bylaw C1-26 proposes revisions to the purpose of the district to provide clearer direction for development. It proposes changes to the building heights diagram by introducing 3-story development in portions of the site with no changes in the overall maximum height requirement of the site. Bylaw C1-26 also adds residential uses, including above ground floor housing, apartment housing, and multi-attached housing as permitted uses. And one new commercial use, vehicle wash, is proposed as a discretionary use. The amendment introduces new regulations to mitigate impacts to adjacent residential areas. This includes regulations to address noise, location of parking areas and loading zones, lighting, and more. And additionally, bylaw C1-26 introduces more specific conditions to further mitigate impacts and notes that landscaping and fencing will not compromise the safety along the trail. What is not changing? So key elements remaining unchanged include the majority of permitted and discretionary commercial uses, setbacks, site coverage, and architectural requirements. Additionally, basic lighting, waste, landscaping, and noise mitigation regulations will remain the same. Pedestrian connectivity requirements remain unchanged, and notification requirements remain unchanged. This site under the current district is allowed to be developed for commercial purposes with a maximum height of 14 meters. So on the image above, you will see the current height map for the direct control district, DCA 07. The subject parcel is broken down into 2 areas, allowing for 4-story buildings along Veterans Way, highlighted in purple, and 2 stories buildings closer to the residential areas, highlighted in yellow. This image shows the proposed height map for the direct control DCA district DCA 07. This largely maintains the 4-story height along Veterans Way, which is highlighted in purple again, and the 2-story area highlighted in yellow, but now adds a 3-story area highlighted in blue. So the applicant did hold an engagement session on November 20th, 2025 to share the proposed concept and gather feedback. Residents noted concerns about the loss of green space, shadowing, and privacy impacts, safety along the trail, and increased traffic. As a result, a shadow study was conducted by the applicant. This shadow study has been updated from the initial version shown during first reading. So the image above is only one image from the shadow study, which shows shadows produced by buildings built at 14 meters throughout the site during 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. on September 21st and December 21st. This shows the most extreme cases of development, with everything built to the maximum allowable height. There were additional images shown in the shadow study that reflect the height diagram, showing reduced heights in the 3- and 2-story areas, which shows even less impacts from the shadows. The shadow study does show that during the majority of the year, shadows will not reach the residential area. However, please note that the light blue for December 21st at 9 a.m. is shown across the entirety of the site, as at this time it will still be dark. Lighting and strategic access points into the trail will also be implemented to address safety concerns along the trail as noted. And finally, a traffic impact assessment was conducted, which supports the traffic volume and access to and from the site from Veterans Way. The amendment conforms to the municipal development plan. However, there is no applicable area structure plan and there is no applicable outline plan or neighborhood structure plan for this site. This public hearing was advertised in newspapers. Unfortunately, there was an error in the initial advertisement, which noted that the date of the public hearing as May 12th rather than June 9th. Because the Fort Record newspaper is only published once per week, we were unable to publish a correction for the advertisement. However, the advertisement was only one part of the public notification efforts. The correct date of June 9th was included in another local newspaper, the Sturgeon Post, and letters were mailed to nearby residents, city digital communication channels, and discussed widely on a community social media pages. Given the amount of communication this public hearing received, along with the number of residents who indicated they planned to attend, it was decided to proceed with the public hearing. And as briefly mentioned, mailouts were sent out to surrounding landowners at an increased 200-meter radius for the amendment from the amendment area, and postings of the public hearing were made through the city's website and social media pages. Administration supports the amendment due to its location along a major transportation route and contribution to housing diversity. Currently, the district permits full commercial build-out. That means regardless of this amendment, the entirety of the site could be built with commercial development. By allowing residential, the impacts of a purely commercial development, such as traffic and noise, would help to be reduced. Privacy was another concern noted by residents. However, residential development would generally result in less intrusive evening activity compared to the commercial uses. And this site provides a large separation between the existing residential and the proposed development with setbacks and an existing 25 to 30 meter wide strip of land. Trees and fencing would also help to further reduce the impacts. Noise was also a common concern noted during the open house. Development of this site would aid in reducing the existing noise impacts from the highway, acting as a barrier for the existing development, and noise generated by the site specifically is required to comply with the city's community standards bylaw. Parking and other regulated controls, such as landscaping, will be reviewed in detail at the development permit stage to ensure compliance with the standards of the land use bylaw. And finally, if council were to defeat the amendment, the site could still be developed under its existing commercial zoning. The proposed amendment provides an opportunity to introduce residential uses and mitigating regulations that help moderate impacts. Additionally, the city would lose out on increased housing diversity. And with that, administration is recommending that council give second and third reading to bylaw C1-26 as described in the council report. And that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Blizzard, questions?
Well, this is a little bit different maybe, but when I look at this piece of land, why does it even exist? Why was it not done in the 1970s when Pineview was created? Do we have a history of it? Like, why would it have stayed as urban reserve when it could have folded in if we wanted residential there way back then? Why was it kept as urban reserve for so long?
Yes. So through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, it's kind of left up to the landowner. The landowner at the time decided not to have it as built out, and so they are allowed to come in and apply for these kinds of changes or amendments as they see fit. But at the time, I believe they were just leaving it to be farmed when Pineview was initially developed, and then eventually as the city continued to grow, it expanded around this site.
So it would be kind of equivalent to that one holdout landowner that had a farm and he's like, I'm staying in my house, everyone develops around it, and now we're supposed to make special concessions at this time.
In essence, yes.
Okay. And I have one more question. Normally, when you have something like this, we would have an ASP and an OP. So why are we going ahead without that? Or looking at it going ahead?
So through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard. So an area structure plan or outline plan is not necessary for development. It helps to guide and regulate into the surrounding areas. This one in particular, it was excluded again back when the area structure plans that were done and outline plans were done for the surrounding areas. It was chosen to be excluded, and so there is nothing that has been carried forward at this time. There are additional regulations under the Municipal Government Act in terms of circulation requirements that are needed if development was to occur or subdivision was to occur on this land, but an area structure plan and outline plan is not technically required.
Thank you.
Councillor Wesley?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Scott. I'm just curious as to, with the residential dwellings per hectare on this site, if residence was built out to its maximum density on this site, what would be the dwellings per hectare here?
So through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, so there is no density requirement without an area structure plan or outline plan. There's no technical requirement for a density target of this site. However, the site would be limited by its kind of availability in terms of servicing. The maximum height would also help to kind of limit that development and density. So there's only so much that could be built out on this land, and generally the municipal development plan does support increasing density within the established area, which includes this particular parcel of land and the majority of the surrounding area as well.
Okay. Now, my understanding of, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Pine View is about 26 dwellings per hectare, give or take, right? So this is a pretty significant change from that, no matter how you work it around. So later on today, we're going to kind of approve a council strategic plan, which sort of represents council's consensus view of development and where the city should go. And I'm just trying to think about going from 26 per hectare to conceivably much more than that really matches council's strategic direction in that particular strategic plan.
So through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, so I would kind of bring direction to the municipal development plan, which does promote density along major transportation routes such as Veterans Way. And so there are regulations coming from the municipal development plan that do support this development and that do support that density and provide that guidance. And then I would also note that without an area structure plan, it is not technically limited in terms of meeting that 20 density per dwelling units per net residential hectare.
Okay. Maybe just one question or clarification for myself. When it comes to parking, my understanding of parking is entirely within the realm of planning and development. And I'm looking at the diagram and trying to match residences up with parking and commercial development. And that is kind of showing a pretty light a number of parking spots for the intensity. Just maybe for everybody's education, including mine, what is the development authority's power to grant variances on parking?
So through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, I'd have to get back to you to get the exact numbers in terms of the percentage that it can be varied by. But it generally, we don't look to vary large amounts that are needed for the developments and dwellings and for the residents that will live there. What we typically look to allow for variances is visitor parking requirements. So that's if they meet all of the required parking for their dwelling units, which is laid out at the land use bylaw. We would look at maybe allowing variances to the visitor parking depending on the site and constraints available to it. However, we do prioritize meeting the requirements under the land use bylaw.
Okay. Maybe I'll just pass it around.
Okay. Councillor Noyan, questions?
Yeah, thanks. I want to take off on the subject of our planning hierarchy documents a little bit because I don't understand 100% why an application of this, scale and magnitude wouldn't require ASP. Wouldn't we consider that sort of best practice. And I do understand the hierarchy of our planning documents, and that, you know, there's a certain vagueness, let's say, to the MDP for a reason, and then we get further into detail as they go down. So the context of my question as well is that it was only a couple years ago council saw an area that didn't have an ASP, and somebody came forward with a proposal for that much smaller pocket of land, and at that time we said, well, this is not good planning. So can you answer and maybe add some color to why we're not going to sanction that process through this development, and then convince me of that first, and then further to that, maybe is that something that council could do if there were value to it?
So through Mayor Macon to Councillor Nguyen, there are benchmarks for when we do an area structure plan and a neighborhood structure plan. This land area does not meet those benchmarks. Typically, when you're doing a plan of a larger order, a higher order, you would want to have a very comprehensive sort of site where you're looking at a larger scale than this. In addition, this is an amendment to an existing direct control district, so it doesn't meet the size requirements in our terms of reference, and it's also a pre-existing district looking to add some additional regulations. And so for that reason, it wouldn't fit the criteria that we have. That could be revisited if we think that smaller land areas need comprehensive planning, but it is a significant exercise.
And what would that benchmark be for the size requirements?
Yeah,
Just so for
apologies.
my own education.
I can pull that for later discussion. I thought I had it in the report, but it's been removed, so
Okay.
I can't recall the exact numbers off the top of my head.
Okay, and that's fine. Thank you for that response. Second question?
Yeah, go ahead.
In our summary sheet, it says under financial implications, I don't quite understand this. So there's levies that will be imposed on development as per usual. And the city is responsible for future maintenance of roads and municipal operations, including waste pickup, fire policing, given snow removal. So I'm not sure why all of these components of municipal servicing would apply to this site. This is going to be a private road network. Essentially, the whole thing is a parking lot, let's call it, with lanes. So under the financial implications, what is this city looking at incurring cost-wise for future operations cost of this site? And why does it even say that in our document?
So through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, so you are correct. The internal roadway is would be under their own maintenance. We would be looking at the public infrastructure, and then in terms of waste collection, we would go on to the site to collect that, just similar to any other sort of residence. But generally, we would be looking at maintaining kind of the public facing infrastructure. So along Highway 21 there, Veterans Way, in terms of like the lights, intersections, and roadway at that point once it gets turned over to the city.
So just the access points and then waste collection. Okay. Yep. Thank you very much.
Councillor Randhawa?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks to all the residents for showing up today, and Scott, Lindsay, thank you for the presentation as always. I think you know by now I'd like to usually start off by asking just kind of the nuts and bolts of what actually changes here if council was to go ahead and approve this zoning. So I'm correct that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, so it's car wash is going to be added to this as a discretionary use. The number of stories changes for a portion of the land, and then there's some residential changes, right? Like with apartments, above ground housing, and so forth. Those are the major changes.
Correct.
That are ahead of us. Okay. So this is kind of like a mixed use area. So if council does approve this, what does mixed use really mean? And I'm asking that because we'll see some abstract drawings and so forth from the developer that I know you can't speak on behalf of, but there's nothing holding those plans in stone, right? Like they can change and so forth. So is that 95% apartments, 5% commercial? Is it 50-50? What does that mean?
Mm-hmm. Yes, so through the mayor to Councillor Randhawa. So you are correct. It could be in terms of vertical mixed use. It could be in terms of horizontal mixed use, being across the site. So it can change depending on the plans brought forward by the applicant. In terms of the exact mix, that's not laid out specifically under the district, but the purpose statement, which is getting updated and amended if this is approved, does speak to the intent of the mix. And so administration would work with the applicant to achieve a reasonable mix of uses that would be supported on that site. If it became ever to a point where it was too much in one direction, too much residential, too much commercial in one direction, that might be a discussion that we would work with them on to amend and change, and then it would only come forward once it's reached a point that was acceptable. I would note that if this amendment doesn't go through, they are within their rights, their current development rights, able to build the entirety of the site to commercial as it stands today.
And vice versa then too, commercial or residential, or no, just commercial, right? Okay. So there's a couple of phrases, and I appreciate the answer, like reasonable and intent. What's reasonable for one might not be reasonable for another party or others maybe in this room. So is there any non-subjective part to what that reasonable mix really is?
So through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, again, we don't have a specific limit listed. That's something that could be added if council desires to have a specific count. It's not something that is typically done. Again, it's usually kind of worked with administration and the applicant to achieve something that is noted to be reasonable.
Okay. Kind of on that, if council approves it today, right now we see kind of the drawings of where the height limits are. How much is the developer held to those drawings? Because they're not really scientific, right? Like this is still one piece of land. It hasn't been subdivided into parcels. So if a DP comes forward with buildings on different parts of it, will that get denied?
So through the mayor to Councillor Randawa. Again, you've kind of hit the nail on the head with this one. They aren't hard and fast lines. We generally try to keep them as close to it as we can, but if a building slightly goes over the exact line that's shown on the height diagram there into from the 2-story to the 3-story area as an example, we may work with them on that. Sometimes if it's too much, that's when we would kind of step in, administration would step in and be like, no, you're majority of this building is crossing over to the 3-story or 2-story area. Please reduce it to match that height, kind of thing. In terms of you kind of talked to the being held to those standards, I would note so that the height diagram provides the story differential, and then the 14-meter height requirement, kind of I think is what you were touching to, is applied across the site.
And I think just further to that, if I may, it's important to note that any concept that might be shown through the shadow study or other is simply a concept, so it doesn't represent an actual formal development application, and that is a next step once the zoning is in place for the site.
Okay. Can I do one more question?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you kind of maybe answered my next question, Lindsay, which is, I always struggle as a councillor. We're here to approve a zoning, and once we kind of leave here today, council's kind of done. We kind of wash our hands of it. We don't follow this process along, and council kind of loses its ability to have a say in this scenario. So if this gets approved, what you're saying is there is a lot of subjectivity still that remains that would be at the discretion of administration and planning to kind of see through. Is that a fair statement?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, yes, yeah. At that point, the powers are delegated by council to the subdivision and development authority to make those decisions on your behalf. Yeah.
And so I would just again add to that there are some areas where there's some discretion allowed, but there are some very hard and fast regulations within the district itself as well. And so we are held to those, and those are limits that we would place on anything coming forward.
Okay, and just last to tag on to that then, so when we see, and we'll see through the public hearing, developer abstracts, I believe a seniors living facility, things like that, just because this gets approved here today does not mean what actually gets built there will be really anything close to resembling that. That is just a snapshot at this day and stage.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Pirch, when you're talking, can you just move the mic closer? You're so soft-spoken, I'm not sure we can quite hear you. Thank you very much. All right, still on round one, we're going to Councillor Ketcher.
Okay, thank you. When this was brought forward at first reading, I asked the question about access and egress. And I know on the map it shows there's at least the main intersection and then at least 2 right-on and right-offs, if not more. I guess I just am questioning once again, being that this is a major highway and we really don't have right-on and right-offs anywhere else on the highway, and we're talking about widening it. Why would that be something that we would be looking at as permitted?
So through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher. So this, you're correct. It does have the signalized intersection kind of towards the middle of the parcel there. And then the traffic impact assessment discusses 3 other right-in and right-outs. The reason for this is that it helps to support some of the flow, and kind of as noted before, some of the concerns coming out were towards the impacts on the traffic flow along specifically Veterans Way and the nearby intersections. These additional right-in, right-outs helps to alleviate some of that traffic congestion that would come out of specifically this signalized intersection if they were not included. Additionally, I would also note that our engineering department did review the traffic impact assessment, and they did work with the applicant to make changes that they deemed necessary to it, and then approved it at this point as it was shown.
Okay, and I'll make my comments later. The other question that was asked at first reading was to put that type of density in there because it's kind of an island unto itself. The question was asked about amenities for the people that are proposed to live there, because in any other plan that comes forward to council, it shows where there's parks and playgrounds and everything, not just housing and some commercials. So did you have an answer to that as far as what amenities would be provided for?
So through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher. So again, they would have access to the trail. It would be separated in terms of vehicle access only through Veterans Way there. Amenities could include some spaces to the, I don't want to note that they would be held to this, but there have been discussions for dog parks, things along those lines. Further amenities would be discussed and included and incorporated at the development permit stage, though.
And so just to add to that, so for example, for an apartment building, there would be amenity requirements as part of the development permit process that could include landscaped areas, outdoor areas, any number of different ways to provide amenity for residents, but that would be at the next stage.
Okay, thank you.
All right, on round one, Councillor Harris.
So clarification, obviously when we're dealing with zoning, which is ultimately what we're dealing with today, it's land use, development, permission, and all of that wherewithal takes place at a later time. One question I've got, and it relates probably to that stage, but I just want a clarification. The site undulates quite significantly, east to west, north to south. And what was proposed from a development concept would ultimately require a fair amount of earth balancing. Would we, at that development permit stage, should this actually pass, would we require a comprehensive earth balancing study? Because I could see that would ultimately be one of the biggest concerns that would exist in relation to the height of buildings and things of that nature.
Yep.
So that's, I don't want to get into the detail, but ultimately that is something that would be dealt with at a development permit stage should this actually pass. Correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, that's correct. Yep, we have, as part of the development permit process, we have our grading permit as well. So that is a process that they would have to go through. Yes.
And
Yeah.
just further to that, because there are additional servicing requirements for this site, there would be a servicing agreement required that would have a large number of different attributes explored, including water, wastewater, and as you say, grading and earth balancing.
Yeah, and the only reason I ask that question, because we have people here that live in the immediate area and would be affected by the development at some point in time, should this pass. If it doesn't pass, then it's a question of what the developer chooses to do with the current DC zoning. And that's another matter. So you've answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On round two, I'll go back to Councillor Wesley.
All right. Glad you mentioned the traffic impact assessment and city administration had looked at that. I remember from my economics classes when I was in grad school, and one of the things about traffic is it kind of flows through like water. So when thinking about that traffic flowing through a community like water, what would be just maybe a discussion on the impacts we expect from this development on Highway 21, and whether any analysis was done to that if there's more congestion on 21, how the regular traffic that would normally flow through 21 would flow through the community by extension.
So through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, so on-site traffic is not something that would be considered. The impacts to the at this time, I should say, at the development permit stage, it might be something that we would consider in terms of location of parking and stuff. But in terms of impacts to the Veterans Way, the traffic impact assessment does note that there is capacity for the highway to support the proposed development and vehicle traffic that would occur as a result of this site. And so because of that, it does propose some development in terms of best methods to support that, but generally it does note that it would have minimal impacts to the actual traffic flow.
And maybe I'll just tack on to that a little bit. I think what the TIA showed, the traffic impact assessment showed, is that this site does generate some traffic, but not a significant amount. The site works, in essence. And so that was the determination of Mr. Schaefer from our Fleet Facilities and Engineering Department. Certainly we can bring him up to answer detailed questions. It's not an area of expertise for Scott or myself. But what he has said is that this site works. If there are congested areas of traffic on the highway on Veterans Way, it is not due to development of this site. It's just due to overall traffic generation across the city.
Okay. Now in that TIA, it mentioned that in its assumptions, certain traffic mitigation strategies which are not part of this development. Am I correct on that? For instance, I have left-hand turning lanes, intersection improvements, et cetera, et cetera. That would not be part of this particular development. That would happen at a later time, correct?
Potentially it could, yeah. And that would be part of the servicing agreement potentially, and looking at how much traffic would be generated on the site.
Maybe just have one more question. And so when we think about meaningful consultation, and I watched the 2016 process for this particular parcel as well, and I noted in the 2016 process there seemed to be multiple go rounds where the applicant at that time took in community views and perspectives, changed it, and there was a couple of go rounds with public consultation. I'm just curious as to, with this process, what meaningful changes were made to this particular proposal based on the community development or the community responses in this particular case?
Yep. So through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, absolutely. So the actual kind of conceptual plan changed quite a bit in terms of height wise. There was a change to the height diagram from what is shown currently as to what was shown during the open house. We also had some adjustments to the access locations, again, as long as it was within the transportation impact assessments recommendations, adjusting those exact locations. And then we also, as a result of the open house, came out with the shadow study as well. That was a result of the open house.
Awesome. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
Councillor Nguyen?
Thank you for bringing up the traffic impact assessment. I have some questions on that as well, and I'll just try to champion the people here right now and say I don't believe you. From saying that there isn't a significant impact of that, you know, it's a right in the middle of Fort Saskatchewan, direct access to Highway 1 and a commercial site, which can be done even after if the zoning changes for it. Basically has, you know, 16-hour-a-day access to whoever wants to come into the site. So, thank you. Perhaps this is a question for the deputy mayor, the deputy CAO. Apologize as well, but would this not potentially accelerate the need for Highway 21 widening? You know, it seems like we're compounding the amount of growth pressures just from a traffic perspective on the highway, and the position of this is right near the first phase of the widening project as well. So maybe a couple comments on that, because it's kind of how I see this playing out.
Ms. Smith-Duguid?
For sure. Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, the Transportation Master Plan is the study that identified that the highway needs to be widened. And the trigger for the highway widening is 35,000 people living in the community. So it's not necessarily the sites along the highway, it's the volume that's anticipated in association with the population. This particular site, we don't believe the volume is going to have a major impact on the highway. And we think that the lights that are proposed for the all-directional intersection will help with timing. Right now, there's quite a space between the lights, and we're finding that the speeds fluctuate quite a bit in that space. Having another intersection at that location will help to address that differential in speeds.
Thank you very much for that response. Okay, thank you. The all-way intersection, because it was my belief, and I think I just might have misread it. So, simple question: that goes across both north and southbound Veterans Way, correct? That's what all directions mean. Okay, thank you. Do you mind if I ask just one last question on this one?
Yep.
Thank you. I wanted to ask kind of about a discretionary part of the impact that this type of development could have on the neighbors, because you're saying that, sorry, let me rephrase this. You say in the report from the planning context that you will use discretion when implementing, just say, sound and noise barriers, landscaping that affect, berms, fences, very simplistically. So can you give us, if the second reading and third reading are approved today, can you give us an idea of the measures that would be taken by planning department to ensure that there's the least amount of impact on adjacent residents as possible?
Yeah. So through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, so just to reiterate, it's actually believed at this point that the buildings themselves would help to reduce some of the noise impacts from the highway towards the existing residential. However, we did include into the district some additional regulations that would address some of the noise generated from the site, and it also talks to requiring a noise impact assessment at the development permit stage if it's deemed necessary. So that would also be able to, if we suspect that the noise impacts reach a certain level, we could have that asked for.
I'll jump in and just add to that. So if you look at section 1110(9)(b) of the bylaw, it does give quite a list of potential mitigations that administration could request, which does include noise attenuation, but also landscaping and landscape buffering, location of parking, loading areas away from existing residential neighborhoods. That includes walkways and other high activity areas such as building entrances. Restricting outdoor speakers, making sure lighting doesn't spill outside of the site. So there are a number of different mitigations listed there.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm satisfied with that response for now, and it will be subject to the actual end user type of development that comes through.
And if I may, through Mayor Macon, just add as well that I have the amount of area for ASPs, NSPs as well. So the minimum area for an area structure plan is 65 hectares, with the maximum being 518 hectares. And a neighborhood structure plan is subject to the conditions of an area structure plan. So the minimum size of an NSP is 16 hectares and max 65. But again, it has a higher order parent plan, which is the ASP itself. So in this case, it did not qualify under our terms of reference.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Andawa?
Thank you very much. The questions were asked around traffic on the highway. I think I'll tag along to that theme. So I understand an intersection has to be built, and there's a couple ins and outs along the side of the highway. Would those in and outs also involve like merging lanes? Because right now that's only a 2-lane highway. So would there be a third lane essentially built for the extent of this property?
So through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, they would have kind of accelerating lanes and deaccelerating lanes, right? As to the specific lengths of those lanes, I'm not 100% sure on that one. I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay, no worries. Might be a question for our Deputy City Manager. So we talked a little bit about the highway expansion. Am I right? And that's like a $30 to $40 million project?
Ms.
Somewhere in
McDougall?
that range?
Through the mayor, with the 2 pedestrian corridors, it is 40 million.
Okay. So would that project be more expensive if this intersection goes in and the ins and outs go in? I'm just trying to understand if we're going to triple the lanes on each way. Does that mean we have to move more pavement and everything than when the plan was actually created?
Through the mayor, no, I don't anticipate that would result in a significant cost increase. We haven't done detailed design for this segment of the highway widening. So that would be determined once we got to the detailed design phase, but I don't anticipate it would result in a significant cost, just changes in design.
Okay. A question in terms of the property ownership itself. So the zoning changed in 2016. I'm assuming the ownership's changed since then. Do you have any idea of how many times it's changed?
Sorry, through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, I don't have a specific number of times that the property has changed hands. That's not typically information provided to administration. I can say that it has changed, but I can't say how many times. I apologize.
Okay, no worries. And last question. In your presentation, you talked a little bit about trail safety and putting up lights and fences and so forth. Can you kind of expand on that? Kind of give me a flavor of who's paying for that, and does that happen regardless of whether this gets approved today or not, or what are the differentiations there?
So through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, so the cost of that would be associated with the landowner or the developer. That would be borne by them. This does talk to including specific regulations. This amendment does include specific regulations for including chain link fencing to keep that visibility through there, to direct lighting into that area. Even without this amendment, that is something that we would look to push should development go through without the amendment. That's always a goal of administration to maintain safety within these public areas, and that would still be borne by the developer. The cost of that would also be borne by the developers.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, that looks like all. Oh,
Last one, I promise.
that was quick, Councillor Nguyen. Go ahead.
Appreciate it. You mentioned subdivision hasn't occurred on this property yet. And I think I know the answer to my question, but it looked like subdivided lots were being advertised last summer. Would that have been just the developer signaling that they're willing to subdivide and sell parcels, or because that hadn't occurred? It surprised me when I saw the signs for that, and I'm kind of confused maybe the path to get to where we are today, where I thought maybe there were larger alternate plans that.
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Nguyen, we have not received a subdivision application to further subdivide at this point in time. So that's something you could ask the applicant about.
Fair enough. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Now that appears to be all for you for now, if you wouldn't mind taking your seat back in the gallery. And then we will next welcome the applicant up to present. I have Eric Sain, Aman Hamid, Barbara Reed, and Terry Collier. There's also a few additional people that are online and in person should they need to phone a friend. Welcome, and you will have about 15 minutes. If you wouldn't mind, start by introducing yourselves and who you are with. Enough chairs there? Perfect.
Hello, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the proposed development on Highway 21. My name is Eric Sain. I am with a development company on behalf of the proponent helping manage the site, here with our team of engineers, planners, and architects to help that we've been working on this for the past year and a bit. So we're happy to be here to answer questions. We have some people online that can answer any questions as well. As you're aware, this site, it was previously rezoned to allow for commercial development. As we worked through the development concept, it was found that the type of commercial that would work best in this location is service-based commercial, which requires some form of residential development to support it. As such, we are proposing to amend the DC to allow residential land use, which include townhomes and a seniors housing facility. Because these uses are being added, we can have possibilities of a grocery store, restaurants, medical facilities that support these residential, like seniors housing, and other uses. As no pathways currently exist within the proposed Pineview neighborhood, the addition of residential uses into the DC district will help support this type of development, which ultimately provides additional services for the greater Fort Saskatchewan area. We have heard from many residents and understand their concerns. Initially, we proposed the entire site to allow for 4-story buildings. However, after discussion with city administration and the feedback from existing residents, we have reduced this to match the existing zoning heights with the exception of the 3-story area in the western portion of the site. This is where the townhomes are located. And please remember that a 2-story commercial height is a little bit taller than a normal 2-story house. So the 3-story is pretty comparable to the existing 2-story commercial height. We thank you for your time and consideration on this application, and we welcome questions following our presentation. So from there, I'm going to hand it to Aman.
Thank you, Your Worship, City Councilor, City Administration, and the general public. My name is Aman Hamid, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the developer in relation to the land use amendment at River Lot 15, by Lot C126. Can I say next slide and it just kind of goes forward, or?
I think I can do it, maybe.
Perfect.
I am not sure who controls it.
Perfect. Thank you. Currently, the River Lot zone is zone DCA-07. It's a direct control zone underneath the commercial district. So the current development rights, the land is privately owned and already designated for commercial development. While it may look like a public park, it is currently utilized as an informal green space, so it's not technically a public park. Our proposal here is to seek the transition to the site into a mixed-use center. Specifically, we're looking to add residential uses, apartments and townhomes, as mentioned, alongside the already permitted highway commercial use. Next slide, please. Our vision here directly supports the municipal development plan's goal of building complete communities by promoting high-quality urban design that enhance the visual appearance of our neighborhoods. Next slide, please. This isn't just about constructing buildings. It's about building a community where connections flourish and experiences are shared. We imagine a place where diverse cultures and backgrounds blend seamlessly, fostering a sense of belonging for everyone. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the beneficial positioning of this proposed project. At the heart of the development is the goal of enhancing community. We are committed to achieving the MDP's aim of maximizing the use of existing infrastructure. Next slide, please. As we delve into the key components of our project, the residential units are crafted with purpose, providing quality living spaces that meet modern standards while integrating seamlessly into the surrounding community. Next slide, please. Our commercial retail spaces aim to invigorate the local economy by attracting diverse businesses and offering residents convenient shopping options. These spaces are thoughtfully positioned to enhance the vibrancy of the existing neighborhood, and moreover, pedestrian pathways are a cornerstone of our design, ensuring that all community members can easily traverse the area. Additionally, improved traffic safety is also a priority. We will be implementing strategic infrastructure changes that will aim to reduce congestion and enhance the overall safety of our roads. Next slide, please. As mentioned, we did hold a public open house on November 20th of 2025 at the Dow Centennial Center. There were 61 registered attendees, 37 written submissions were received predominantly from the Pineview neighborhood, and in response to what we heard, we've included a height transition map showcasing the perceived impact. A landscape plan is now required as part of the subdivision application, and we're currently reviewing feedback on seniors living facilities, which may ultimately improve community acceptance of this residential proposal. Next slide, please. This slide here is a cross-section showing the property line interface between the proposed development and the existing single-family homes. Currently, there is approximately an 88 to 98 foot strip of public land that will separate the new development from the existing properties. There will be additional setbacks between the new buildings as they will be further pushed with a 23-foot planned area space behind the commercial shops and in an approximate 22.5-foot backyard for the townhomes. So combined with the existing 45 feet backyards of the existing homes, there should be about a minimum of 80 feet between the new buildings and the old buildings. And with that, there are mature trees, plants that run the entire length of the site, providing continuous privacy. Next slide, please. We did conduct multiple technical studies as discussed by Scott earlier, with notable attention to the sun shadow analysis. The study analyzes the shadows cast against a permitted maximum building height of 14 meters. As this slide shows, this is the impact during the autumn equinox, September 21st, and the winter solstice of December 21st, both at 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. As mentioned, please note that this is currently a site layout concept, and the final layout will be officially determined during the development permit stage. And if there's any further questions to this, we do have the architectural team here that could provide more in-depth details. Next slide, please. In closing, this project is more than just a land use amendment. It is a direct investment into the economic vitality of the surrounding community. By activating this prime corridor along Veterans Way, we are turning a strategic location into a vibrant mixed-use center. By bringing housing and commercial together, we are making it easier for residents to access jobs and local businesses. Ultimately, this development acts as a true catalyst for sustainable long-term economic growth in the city of Fort Saskatchewan. Thank you so much.
Just have to click your mic on. Yep, there you
Is it
go.
good? Before we go to the next slide, I just want to point out that while these concepts are preliminary, they're not so preliminary that you would, like to your point, was that they can change. Absolutely, yes, they can, but a lot of work has gone into make sure that these buildings and things make sense for end users. And so what you're seeing as a shadow study is a pretty close indication of what it should be, minus some movement of CRUs or some buildings here and there. But overall, a lot of work has gone into this to make sure that we can propose something that actually works on this site. Typically in neighborhoods, when we have a full quarter section, you would just see a land use with no buildings or anything on it. This is a very site-specific situation. So while it is subject to change, a lot of it has been worked on in great lengths. Thanks.
Is your full presentation complete then, or is there?
Okay.
All right, perfect.
I'm next.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, and City Administration. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak for our client today and as a representative of Reed Architecture. Today, I will be providing an overview of the community that we have planned for the Fort Saskatchewan Commons 20-acre site, speaking to the implementation of the new residential use into the commercial use bylaw. I'm Barbara Reed, the architect who completed the overall master design of the site. We have also brought with us today in the panel in front of you are three of our team members. The transportation engineer, which is to my far left, Mark Huberman, who is responsible for the access design and completing the traffic impact assessment report. Our civil engineer, Joshua Schmaltz, is available virtually for you to answer any questions with regards to waste, stormwater, gas, civil design offsite elements. And our senior apartment buildings gerontologist consultant, Terry Collier, to my right, is available to provide an overview of the Living Well program that he has in plan for the senior apartment building. There were a series of specific questions that were raised by council at the first reading last month in May that we will be addressing today. We'll be talking about the pedestrian connectivity from the commercial and residential use areas to the existing municipal reserve and its shared use path, the parking layout, and snow stockpiling locations prior to being removed from site, and the individual buildings' garbage allotment. We are happy today to also discuss implementing the dedicated residential use areas and providing an overview of the uses working together cohesively, supporting one another. The Commons is a neighborhood where people live, work, shop, and play. We have created four residential and commercial dedicated use areas. All buildings comply with the permitted 14-meter maximum building height that is currently allowed by the city's bylaw. Next slide, please. Fort Saskatchewan Common has a mix of 1, 2, 3, and 4-story building heights. The west and east sides, which are the left and the right sides of the site, are predominantly residential uses, with commercial use located in the heart or in the middle of the site. The west side of the site consists of 3-story residential townhouses, so essentially single-family homes, 3 stories. The middle is a commercial area. There is a mix of 1 and 2-story in the commercial. And to the east side of the site is a dedicated senior housing apartment. Next slide, please. Pedestrian walkways, sidewalks, and vehicles have dedicated circulation routes amongst the residential and commercial areas. Pedestrians who live or visit the Commons neighborhood have direct access to the existing shared use path that is located in a dedicated municipal reserve located to the north of the site, running the full length of the 20-acre site. The west and east sides of the site are, as I mentioned, predominantly residential use and are the quieter areas of the property, allowing access through a chain link fence to the shared use path that is part of Fort Saskatchewan's beautiful extensive parkway system that loops around the whole community. The center area that is the commercial hub of the site is where the 2-lane, each-way, multi-directional access is located due to the vehicle-orientated commercial use. The green spaces shown between the buildings, roadways, and parking spaces will meet the city's landscaping and parking bylaw requirements. Next slide, please. Fort Saskatchewan Common has above the required amount of parking stalls that are stipulated by the city's bylaw. During the winter season, temporary snow storage prior to removal, which will be removed privately, will be located in dedicated areas of hard surface paving rather than random landscaping areas that could damage our trees and shrubs. Dedicated garbage bins will be of the type where the waste container's body is underground in order to save space, reduce odors, and remove the need for waste shelters or enclosures. We call them earth bins or MOLA garbage enclosures. Each commercial building will have individual dedicated bins, including the apartment buildings. The townhome refuse treatment will be dedicated refuse bins as per households, as is normal in single family. Next slide, please. As a predominantly residential use, the west side of the site will be quiet. The 3-story townhouse units with the garage on the main level will reduce the amount of cars parking outside. The townhouse building height measures at 11.4 meters to the cottage roof's peak, a similar height to a 2-story commercial building and well below the 14-meter maximum allowable bylaw height. The westernly right-in, right-out accesses will be used mostly by the homeowners and emergency vehicles. So fire trucks, ambulances. Next slide, please. The front yards of the townhouse residential area to the west will have ample landscaping, sidewalks to promote pedestrian recreation like walkability and cycling. Next slide, please. The central commercial use areas that is currently permitted under the bylaw will include a series of family and senior-friendly commercial restaurants and cafes, a gas bar and car wash, medical, pharmacy store, dental clinic, and daycare that will serve both the Commons and the entire community of Fort Saskatchewan. Most of the buildings in this area will be 1 story in height, with selected 2 stories. Next slide, please. Nose-in parking has been provided in front of the commercial buildings intentionally to allow customers direct access to a minimum 8-foot wide sidewalks that are located in front of the storefronts of the retail. So nice, spacious sidewalk areas are typical for all retail buildings. Outdoor seating areas and generous landscaping will create a pleasant environment for visitors and residents of the Commons neighborhood. Next slide, please. The east area of the site is where the 4-story senior apartment building is located, positioned directly adjacent to Highway 21, or Veterans Way. 25% of this main floor plate of a Living Well program that Terry is the programmer of, the gerontologist for, will be dedicated to amenity spaces for seniors, giving them access to crafts room, community kitchen, covered outdoor barbecue area, gaming area for ping pong, foosball, and a fireside lounge area, and fitness and movement studios. Garbage will be accessed internally close to the common elevator, and an oversized vestibule has been provided at the entryway that is security monitored. The 4-story building will not exceed the 14-meter maximum height, measured from midpoint of the cottage roof, whereas the 2-story commercial building is 11.8 meters, measured at the top of the parapet. Next slide, please. The architectural character of the Living Well Seniors building will be similar to the commercial and townhouse buildings. So all the architectural design elements will be integrated. Wide sidewalks and glazing on the main floor amenity spaces will provide transparency between the inside and outside of the buildings, allowing residents in the building direct sight lines and connection to the exterior. 4-sided architecture, so all four sides of the architecture will receive treatment, will exist on the site, which means visual pleasing to all sides in the Commons. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Go to the previous slide. Thank you again, Mayor, and City Council and City Administration for your time and allowing me to speak today.
Mayor and Council, my name is Terry Collier. I'm a gerontologist. It's my 42nd year of doing seniors developments. I'm pleased to announce the possibility of this project. What makes it unique is we don't normally do 4-story buildings. We normally do 5- and 6-story buildings. This one, of course, is 4 stories. Next slide. There's a generous amenity space, recognizing our seniors on average are over 80 years of age. We will have a home care office, and we will be increasing the acuity of care through self-managed home care funding, which you may want to ask is a significant change from the last time I was in front of you. Next. 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 There we go. So this concept has been done before. If any of these wonderful seniors that are in the gallery here are council, this is at Festival Point. It's the premier jewel of Sherwood Park across from the Performing Arts Center. The same architectural design and finishes. It's upgraded. So the Living Well, we have 4 brands. The Living Well is our highest grade finishes, and you can see a past project. Next slide. This is another example of bad rendering. This is in Prince George. Next slide. This is the most dramatic and largest apartment structure, seniors. It's being built in west side of Kelowna. Very similar. It's a Living Well product. Next slide. This will be very unique. This is a project in Spruce Grove. And once again, this will be heavily involved with self-managed care, which you may want to ask about. Next slide. Basically, there'll be a doctor's examination room. So maybe I can make sure we really understand. We're not putting a home care office in a doctor's examination room if we weren't going to target 80 plus seniors that want self-managed home care. Next slide. This just tells you about the crisis. I don't need to tell you about the crisis of seniors housing with 14,000 people waiting for an assisted living bed in Alberta. This project will support the newest initiative by the current provincial government, which is self-managed care. Next. This project bridges between independent living and assisted living. So it's very important that you understand that the days of the traditional assisted living properties are coming to an end. I don't think anyone in council here would like to live in 350 square feet and have programmed meals by Cisco. So there's a new model for assisted living, and it's blended into this apartment style. Why? Because the government, whether we like them or not, is moving forward with significant legislation, so we'll no longer be separating couples. Make sure you heard me very clearly. In the province of Alberta, all assisted living in the past, couples had to be separated. This will be one of a pilot projects going forward where that will not be the case. It's very significant. Only one province in Canada, that's Nova Scotia, and that's because an 82-year-old gentleman had to go to court and spend his lifetime savings to fight the government to stop separating seniors. Once again, we have an archaic model for addressing aging in place, and this project will address that. Next slide. We have many ways of providing food service, which makes it really exciting. Is there restaurants up on site? Right now, we're trending around 16% of our people are doing meal replacement. Most importantly, there will be food service available, but it won't be institutional style. Next slide. As you can see, there'll be 24-hour emergency response, housekeeping, all the products that you would expect in assisted living property. Next slide. There will be publicly funded home care through self-managed care through Alberta funding, but there'll also be private health care as we all recognize that the model of bathing someone once a week is not sufficient, so there'll be an opportunity for people to engage for private home care. Next slide. We're going to have fall detection in the software. Once more, again, council, we're not putting in a $50,000 system to upgrade the Wi-Fi so that we can do fall detection, which is replacing pendants. I keep bringing this to your attention because this is a significant apartment. It'll be a significant opportunity for the residents of Fort Saskatchewan, and this is some of the technology we're doing. Next. There'll be a ride share. All our new apartments now, in fact, it's unique. We bought it from the Dodge dealership here in Fort Saskatchewan, but we'll be sharing electric cars, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Recognizing that 15% of our residents moving in don't drive, we're expecting it to be 25% within the next 2 years. Now that I've said that, I don't think we've asked for a parking variance, correct? So this has, yeah, interesting. There's going to be lots of extra parking. Next. And this just talks a little bit about the programming. We can just go through these slides quickly. We don't want to waste yeah, keep going. It's just, so basically, if you'd like to ask a little about the aging in place concept and where we're going and why we're trying to eradicate loneliness and the craziness of separating couples, I'm the gentleman you may want to talk to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that the entire presentation?
That's everything. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. I have a couple of questions first. You mentioned in your presentation diverse businesses. That's something that's pretty important to our community. So I guess how do you plan to attract things other than like the 5 top things that we see in every commercial corner area?
Through you, the Mayor, the biggest aspect to having additional services is to not just have vehicle-oriented off-the-highway commercial. Having the residential component will help be able to give these services, and a seniors living facility will allow a medical and other things that are there. Somebody could come in, and we're trying to make the site fit everybody. So you could come, drop your kid off at daycare, go visit your mom, or vice versa, or work in the area. So a lot of thought has gone into trying to do this, and the ownership group has been worked really hard to try and get tenants in that do help the city of Fort Saskatchewan to thrive and cater to everybody.
Okay, thank you. And just to take off what Councillor Ketcher was asking about earlier, I didn't see when you're going through your site plan, like where is the park space? Where is the amenity space on that site? Yeah, almost.
So before Barb takes over on this plan, just note that there's no municipal reserve requirement on here. It's already been satisfied. So having a dedicated park space is not a requirement of this site, as cash has already been paid. This site is I'll let Barb go over the green space here, but just knowing that amenity spaces will be all on site based on whatever the end design will be and discussed with administration.
So as previously mentioned, Lady Mayor, to the west, we do have a dog park area that will be serving the townhouse units. And then also, you have to understand this is a 20-acre site, so it is quite large. So spread throughout the site, in between all of the parking areas, we do have landscape areas. So I think there was a previous comment that, it'll just be a big flat area of paving. That is not the intent of the design, as you can see. Within our parking areas, we do have landscape islands that are all noted there in green. And that if we go to our enlarged site plans, that is where we're going to be putting the trees, the shrubs. All of those townhouse units have front yards. And also have overhead doors accessing the garages on the main floor. So it's going to be dispersed throughout the site.
Okay.
Please also note that this site really serves in a normal area structure plan area. You would have your medium density or your multi-use sites that are within that planned area that would access parks within the area. They don't necessarily have parks on that same site. This is acting like that mixed-use site that is accessible to other parks and services within the Pineview area. People can walk down the trail and connect to other services that are in the area.
Okay. All right, we have a list going here. We'll go to Councillor Harris.
So looking at your site plan, you have an odd polygon-shaped piece of property. And trying to put stuff on there I can see would be a bit of a challenge. And under normal circumstances, we'd be just talking about the planning here, what's the land use. But I think that the neighbors adjacent to this have expressed concerns with what could end up here, and hence some of the questions that we would normally not ask, subject to what you've just presented here, such as the 3-story townhouses, seem to be a major source of concern. And I think it's from a privacy standpoint. And people that are backing onto these future things, if the zoning were to be approved, would be concerned about 3-story townhouses looking into their backyards and into the back of their properties. So my question is, when you look at that, you've oriented this. When I consider Highway 21 to be east and Pineview to be to the west, you've oriented all of these future development things within this planning context to be basically east to west, which means that they'd be overlooking the built-up area of Pineview. Why did you do that in that orientation for if that was to be the development scenario, as opposed to having it oriented in, as opposed to like this against this way, so it's back to back as opposed to going the other way? Is it strictly because of the polygon nature of the site and it's kind of hard to develop? Because really, I think that's what I think we've all heard. The biggest concern that I think most people have got is 3-story townhouses and the impact on privacy. So we're asking a development-related question, which we would not normally want to do in this type of a public hearing, but it goes to whether or not we approve this in relation to what could conceivably come here once it goes through. So why did you orient it this way as opposed to in the site so it wouldn't be backing out onto Pineview, so that the privacy of the people who actually live there now would not be impeded. So that's my question.
So I do have a pinch point to the left side of the site, to the west side of the site. And I provided the design to 3 stories so that I could pull the vehicle off the street and locate it underneath the building. So essentially, I have less cars, I have more green spaces, and which dictated the 3-story building height. If I designed a 2-story, then I would have had all this parking that is located on the surface and not tucked underneath the building. The distance between the townhouse and the existing Pine Street residential is basically the width of a CFL football field. I wanted to optimize the use of the park space and allow it accessible to the residences. If I would have put the residential or the townhouses in the middle of the site, then I would have to have the folks in the middle crossing across to get access into that beautiful protected municipal reserve. With this current design, I have direct access. Fort Saskatchewan I used to live in Fort Saskatchewan. They're the pride, as you know, of the shared use path that circles that loops around the whole city. We have the river valley. By orientating the townhouses the way I did, I was giving direct access to the municipal reserve.
So ultimately, what the developer gains from that is you have less on-site parking because
Correct.
you've got it under the building.
Absolutely.
So your density on a rate of return on net developable area increases to the benefit of the developer, correct?
Yes, the residential density increases. Yeah.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
the net return from the buying of the property by the developer for this type of development ultimately then is a return to the developer. And I understand that if you didn't make a buck, you wouldn't necessarily want to do it. And I get that. But in terms of the impact to the adjacent property owners who are sitting in the audience today or watching is a concern from the impact on the back of their properties. And so what you're saying is that your development was done in that, you're saying you don't see it as much of a development or a negative impact. Is that correct?
No, I don't, because a 3-story townhouse is the same height as a single-family residential house, and I've basically reduced and tucked the parking underneath the residential, and it's a quieter area of the site. It's currently approved for commercial, which is louder, more night activity. We've all been in shopping mall or the areas across the Highway 21. By putting the townhouse or the row housing into this area, it's actually quieting down and reducing the activity that's within this area.
So basically, it's residential adjacent to residential as opposed to commercial
Absolutely.
adjacent.
That's which
I'm not sure whether the residents in Pineview would see it that way, but I understand, and that's why I wanted to ask the question relative to what your thought process was. So thank you very much.
Councillor Wesley?
Awesome. There was a comment early in the presentation that there was going to be measures to reduce congestion and improve safety. I just wondered if you can give maybe some details on that.
Good afternoon, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Wesley. My name is Mark Huberman. I was the primary analyst and the lead transportation engineer responsible for the completion of the traffic impact assessment report. In regards to your question, Councillor Wesley, again through you, Madam Mayor, all of the internal roadways and the internal roadway network will be designed to be a safe system. It will be well signed, well controlled from a traffic control perspective. The lanes and the roadways, internal roadways, will all meet with City of Fort Saskatchewan design guidelines, and all levels of traffic control will be implemented to ensure that pedestrians can move through the system safely.
Okay, so but no special mitigation efforts beyond what is absolutely necessary and required by the City of Fort Saskatchewan. I'm just trying to get a sense for the comment and what its meaning was.
At this point in time, we've not formally identified any strategic mitigation, traffic control mitigation strategies, raised sidewalks, raised intersections, the location of para ramps, but that will all be determined at more detailed levels of design.
Okay, thank you. I just have another question about trying to get a sense for what has limited development of this site for so long. When I look at it from a commercial point of view, essentially all we're adding is a vehicle wash. Other than that, the commercial requirements are essentially the same. So is it just solely because there's not residential on this site that has sort of hampered the development of this property?
Yes, through you, the mayor, to Councillor Wesley. The biggest proponent of a successful commercial site is residential. There's no access to the existing Pine View through. Usually you have public utility lots, the 6-meter access points from different spots, which would help drive that in. Because there's none here, the residential component really helps add additional commercial development. The commercial in itself, from the past when it was approved till now, that was the biggest driving force, that these commercial need the support of residential to be able to, and the site's not big enough to do big box stores that have vehicle oriented coming all the time. So that's where the residential component is the biggest aspect to this.
Okay, because I'm confused because there are other commercial developments that have popped up along 21 that don't have a residential component to it.
For sure. And this one was designed to not be another big box store, to have more integration within the communities. Having a residential component adds this the seniors living, townhouse. It's just adding more services like daycares or dental clinics and stuff like that that could be accessed from people in the area. And with this landowner, that's who they're targeting.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much.
Councillor Blizzard.
I think my first question is going to be for Barbara. You mentioned that the right-in, right-out will mainly be used by police and fire. I really question that. So how can you even state that? I mean, if I lived there, I'd be using it all the time, especially in that pointed end where you're not going to want to go through the intersection. You're going to want to do right-in, right-out.
Yeah, so Councillor, I did intend to point that it's the residences, emergency vehicle like fire truck. So we had placed those right in, right outs so that we could create a loop and have access all around in a loop system in the residential for safety, for fire, for the residences, so that they don't always have to go through the 2-lane or a total of 4-lane multi-directional access to gain access to the residential west and the residential east. We wanted to give them their dedicated, almost dedicated, right in, right out accesses, so that we wouldn't have the mixing of the traffic with the heart of commercial.
Then I guess I misunderstood
I'm
you.
sorry if I was not clear.
Yeah, the way I heard it was
just
that
not
it would
emergency
mainly
vehicle.
be fire and police that would use those.
Yeah,
so the
ambulance,
residents would use those.
residences.
Well, that brings me to another concern. When I look at your map here, it looks like we have Highway 21 and boop, you're into the subdivision. There's not even a turning lane. There's not even, and that would be something the developer would have to do. It certainly would be something that the city should be paying for. I don't see it even in there. Like, you can't just have someone come at 70 and don't ever ask me to lower that speed to go into that area.
Absolutely, Ms. Councillor. There is going to be deceleration and acceleration. This lanes, this site plan does not show that. You're correct. We currently have the engineer who's with us today virtually, Joshua. He is currently designing the acceleration, deceleration, the accesses into the design, and the deep services, the sanitary, storm, water. He's designing all that right now as we speak, and we have not we don't have that incorporated into the design. But absolutely, they're just not cutting right off of the highway.
okay.
You're right.
And
Yep.
Oh, absolutely. Okay.
Just have to turn on your mic.
Oh, sorry, I can never tell which one is on and off. Thank you again through you, Madam Mayor, and to Councillor Blizzard. You are absolutely correct. One of the very first questions we were asked was the number of site accesses coming into this development. And they will all be supported by either auxiliary lanes linking the accesses together or through the development of acceleration and deceleration lanes. You are absolutely correct. The accesses cannot be supported without auxiliary lanes and right-in and deceleration and acceleration lanes, which will be the responsibility of the developer, depending on the end of the day, how many right-in, right-out accesses are actually constructed. And the number of right-in, right-out accesses and their design and the number of auxiliary, not the number of auxiliary lanes, but the general location of the auxiliary lanes or the right turn bays or left turn acceleration lanes will not preclude the eventual widening of the Highway 21 corridor.
And next question I have is for Terry here on this end. I think you came before us not that long ago for a rezoning in a different area that you wanted mixed use. And then you mentioned during that time another building that we're all seniors living. Now, I know we're all getting older and looking for places, but you're thinking this fort can support all of these developments?
Yes, because we're changing the manner in which we address seniors' housing. So we're going to run into a crisis with home care being delivered in private homes. We're going to have to start clustering people together, whether we like it or not, whether it's part of our culture or not. The government can't afford to have people driving to specific homes. Because of that, they're going to limit the type of home care, and they're going to start, my perspective only, I cannot tell you the future because I don't know which government will be in
I was
place.
going to ask you if you're an MLA.
Yes, I understand that. But if we had the current government forward, they would be very concerned about the cost of delivering home care at someone's specific home. As we all know, that's just a myth to get political votes. It really leads to loneliness and it leads people to being exposed. So if you have someone in an apartment, they have 24-hour access to emergency. If you have them in their home, you need to dial 911. That's the future. So if you age in place, you're most likely going to have to move to residences. One, because the cost is too high to live in a single home, family home, but more importantly, you won't be able to get the quality of home care you need unless we start to cluster people together. Public doesn't want to hear that. The reality is we can show you the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all I have.
If I could, please also note that when we're talking about the upgrades to Highway 21 and what will be required, while some things may change depending on if this goes through or not, that the overall upgrades to Highway 21 are still going to be required if commercial only goes. So all these questions of how does access, how does this, the all directional, it's most likely going to be required as well already based on the commercial aspect alone. So
I guess I would just say there, I anticipate if it was commercial, we probably wouldn't have 4 right in, right out, or, 1 light and 3 of the right in, right out. Thanks.
Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, thanks. Just going a couple years ago, I think the first time council heard of the interest in land transfer, the new ownership of land, we heard the sort of vision of commercial and retail space within this geographical area, which housed a lot of value-added, unique, niche, commercial, market-driven, partly businesses. Has that vision been preserved at all? I know there was a lot of excitement around that, and where I'm coming from is that there's often maybe some rhetoric in Fort Saskatchewan that, we're looking at Sherwood Park down there, and they have a lot of cool shops and things like that, and we want you know, with future commercial, and especially on a scale like this, we'd like to see a very diverse array of services in retail that we just don't have here in Fort Saskatchewan. So I haven't heard anything or read anything in this, newest updated development application in terms of sort of the concept of commercial here. And it's vastly changed. The scope of this site and where we're going seniors housing and residential from, I think, what was originally kind of looked at when it was considered for purchase. So I don't know who best would comment on that, but perhaps we can hear stuff we hear from our residents.
So, may I answer that? So, part of the negotiating with the developer is that we wanted more healthcare arts. And so the developer has designed in their commercial for a future diagnostics. It's the stuff that we need. So, we need audiologists, podiatrists to support our seniors. And I've been told by the developer, and I've seen sketches, and I see that they're marketing towards the medical arts community. And I can specifically tell you that it hinged our decision to participate, hinged on having access to medical professionals, primarily doctors. This isn't the right venue, but I wouldn't be dropping a $42 million building that's going to have the type of care that we're suggesting without medical arts support. So
okay, I don't think that really addresses my question though at all, which is like, what is the diversity, the array of services that you're committed to attract? I understand the growing population of seniors with requirements with services that are going to be in demand. I would say those are a need-based service, but.
So,
is this really what you're telling me? Is this encompassing all of the commercial space that's going to be filled there? Because that's all I've heard so far. And if that's correct, then I'd like to know.
Yeah. Once again, you asked for unique boutique type commercial versus just commercial strip mall. So I am fully engaged with the developer, working with doctors groups so we can have what I call boutique type commercial venues. So that's where you start to see physiology, all the different supports that are needed for aging in place and healthcare. So once again, you asked for unique commercial venues because we're putting our building, it also supports doctors and other healthcare professionals to engage opposed to another simple strip mall.
So if I'm hearing correctly, then that is going to encompass all of the...
Not all, Councillor. Not all of it. They will be boutique spaces. So obviously we're going to co-locate the medical use close to the senior facility, but we also have the townhouses that have families and they'll need daycares, right? They'll need restaurants with outdoor cafes. The architecture is going to be blended throughout the whole site. It's all going to have the same, like a very similar character, but the majority is going to be, I like to call it the mom and pop specialty, the retail type of uses, not the big Walmarts, the big box stores. So more the specialized type uses for retail.
Okay. Essentially grocery store, because I heard that.
Just to add is at the zoning stage, the permitted uses are within the zone, and while we don't know the end users, we're trying to tailor a diverse group of commercial components that support the rest of not only this development, but surrounding development as well. So there will be a mix of things. It's just I can't tell you exactly what's in there yet because we have to get through this stage.
Right, that's a fair answer. Maybe I should have rephrased my question in terms of what you're looking to attract when it comes to this, but maybe that's too far down the road for right now. I have one. So appreciate the responses. One last question. Did you want? Actually, yeah. I can come back on a round if
okay,
more suitable.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. That was awfully kind of you. I appreciate the time. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll toss a couple questions out, and I'm assuming one of the five of you will take them. What preempted these zoning changes? I'm assuming there was some needs study or understanding of demand in the city and demand of commercial space or residential space and so forth. Can you kind of paint that picture for me?
Thank you. Through you, the Mayor, to Councillor Radwa. I'm not sure of the overall. I wasn't a part of the project when it got approved last time, so I don't know what was the vision was promised. I know in planning things change as the market changes. We can't predict everything that's happening. The new ownership group came in and has a clear indication that they want a diverse commercial residential area that helps support each other. I don't know the full market aspect of what it was at the time, but today's market how supports with the residential to what kind of commercial is being catered to right here, right? And so we're trying to blend, because we're not within a residential, like a full residential neighborhood, we can't fully just utilize the services right next door. There's no access for walkways. You're pretty secluded a little bit along Veterans Way, right? The MDP supports the mixed use site, the high order plans of what the city always wanted to this site to be, but the vision just kind of evolved as the ownership group came on and said, these are the things we want to do. Well, how do we make that happen? Well, the residential change is the big thing to help make that happen and to keep this diverse local, trying to not pander to big box stores. It's trying to give a little more boutique style commercial. And that's where we are today. That's why the change.
I appreciate the answer, but what preempted that decision to go for this diverse? I've heard diverse a couple times, boutique a couple times. Is there a belief from the group that this is lacking in the city right now, or this need is lacking?
I'm not sure that answer.
No worries. Next is, how many units do we anticipate total on this site at build out?
So currently we have 144 townhouse units. We have about 88 to 92 senior, and then the rest is commercial.
Okay. And will this be like will this group that's bringing this forward and constructing it, is there experience in this kind of development in prior areas or different areas? Like, I know there was a little bit in the presentation from Terry and the other projects he's done, but for the rest, whether it's the townhomes, whether it's the commercial, is there experience in this type of work before, and how has that turned out?
Yes, to you, through the mayor, to Councillor Redhawa. The ownership group has experience building and servicing sites like this. They have other sites, and they're looking at other sites in the greater region, Edmonton region. They are looking at keeping some of it and building themselves, and some other ones might be sold off as a piece, depending on how the zoning goes and what, because there's little segments of stuff here, right? So if the townhome site might be sold to a townhouse builder, okay, they don't know how to build townhomes. They do, but it's just the site will evolve as it goes. They have a lot of experience in it.
Okay, so what you're saying is likely it gets parceled out at some point.
Most likely, yes. We'll have to do that for efficient servicing anyway.
Okay. In terms of the timeline, so if this vote, let's say, gets approved, could you give me a timeline of how you expect to see this build out go forward, and if it, vice versa, if it doesn't get approved, what do you foresee for this site?
We would have liked to be building right now. Obviously, the process has taken a little longer, knowing that we want to doing our with the current residents, and as you know, the past zoning, but we are ready to go. The next step would be the development permit for a section of the lands. This is also helps with the parceling out, that we have only a section of the commercial for a development permit right off the bat, and the other lands will come on later. To the extent that if this doesn't go through and only commercial can go through, it may take a little more time, just because we have to revert all our plans and change some things, and then go through the development permit process as well. Yep.
Okay. My last question is, some part of the presentation it was mentioned a 3-story townhouse is the same height as a single family home. Help me square that circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to. So a lot of the single family that you see, especially along Highway 21 coming into town, you see that suburban development that's going up along the west side. They've got the walkout, right? The main level, and then the second story. So according to the building code, the single family is a 3-story. And you see visions of it along the highway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Just
the
wanted
answer.
to clarify.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, on round one, Councillor Ketcher.
Okay, awesome. So I've been through these public hearings several times now, and when we talk about the zoning, when it came up last time, council made a compromise to make it DC and have it very limited. So there was no big box stores. It was going to be smaller commercial. Did anybody on this panel actually take a look at the public hearing from the last time to see why we got to where we did? And I'll only say that because there's three of us that were actually on that council at that time. So did anybody go back and revisit that?
Through you, the mayor, to Councillor Ketcher, I personally did not look at that public hearing, but I know that through discussions with ownership group that some of those limiting factors, as this site was sold to the new ownership, some of those limiting factors is why development hasn't proceeded today. So we're just trying to change some.
And I guess that's my next question. So as the parcel was sold to the developer, knowing it was a DCA with very limited, was the developer not concerned about taking the risk to actually come in and try and make this change?
I think they were aware of what the existing DC said. I think the idea is that we don't just want to build something just because it's there that's not going to be good for the community. I think these are good changes that mitigate concerns of the residents around it. And so trying to make a site a little bit better through time is something we all want to do as planning and engineers. The updates to this allow more opportunity for what we're trying to build, whereas before maybe it didn't make sense economically, but also by having more mitigation measures, as city administration said, really helps the development and the surrounding community.
Okay, I just wanted to know kind of what research and everything you did. I'm not going to get into debate with you on anything, and I'm not going to delve down to the different types. I'm just really concerned about what kind of research that the developer did to understand the risk. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. On round two, I am first. I'm struggling with the heights because that is a big concern for our residents. So the current zoning has 14 meters as a two-story.
14-meter maximum height throughout, yes.
Okay. Administration, I'm going to be coming back to you on that one for some clarification. But so I'm just looking at, and you know what, typically has been spent. We don't typically get into these details. It's a very sensitive piece of property, and this is probably the biggest public hearing I have been part of, and we're going to hear from residents soon. So looking at your site map and where the stories are, I guess, why, if the height has been very sensitive, like right along the highway, you have a lot of one-story commercial and then higher story commercial along the back. I guess, like, why would that decision have been made when, like, could it have been made differently so that the lower commercial was along the back, which is, I think, what was the intent of the discussions back in the day, that you're going to have the higher commercial on the highway and the lower one along the residential. So why would we make that decision?
So along the highway, we have one story, and then you're right, along the back, we have a combination of one story and two-story commercial. So from an architectural perspective, it's to allow the sight lines and to make to that in the back, because you do want to promote business, and you do want the retail to be viable and functioning, and not being able to run their businesses because they don't have optimum sight lines along the highway. So that is the primary reason why we usually go in design smaller scale along a highway, so that you can see over and to the back.
Okay.
Please, sorry, just to add another thing. On this plan, there is a red line right here. You probably can't see it, but that is the current zoning of 4-story on the south end and 2-story on the north end. This section here is the only section that we're changing to the 3-story. And that's because, like, you remember the commercial has a higher two-story building. So the existing zoning of a two-story commercial building is similar to a three-story townhome, just because commercial buildings, you walk in, much higher ceilings on that main floor, right? So by having a three-story townhouse does not affect the height as much as if you went from a two-story townhome to a three-story townhome. Yes, there's a difference there. However, the commercial aspect of that's already currently allowed does not change too much of townhouse and actually helps mitigate concerns because you don't have a big blocking massing of commercial building there. You have townhomes now, which is more appealing than a big block of resident or a commercial building, right?
So you're saying that like a two-story commercial building can be up to 14 meters, correct? But your two-story buildings here are 10 meters. They're actually lower than the three-story townhome. So I guess
So-
that part confused
Yes,
me a little
our
bit.
two-story commercial is, I think, 11.1 meters. If we do have a cross-section. And the townhomes, if I recall, in the cross-section, they are, sorry.
So I don't know. I might just be looking at maybe on a page that has an incorrect thing. So it says that the two-story is 10 meters and the three-story townhomes are 11.5. But maybe I'm looking at a map that's got it incorrect.
As Barb's looking this up, so please remember that the height in we understand residents' concerns, and we didn't want to just go to the maximum height allowed in the zoning. We're trying to reduce that as much as possible to allow the proper services for commercial and townhomes in this case. We don't have a 4-story apartment in that back area, obviously, because we're have to orient it to the front. But the commercial aspect can go up to the 14 meters depending on what space you have as commercial. A gym, for example, has a very large main floor because they have the height, right? So we're trying to limit that as much as possible, even within the zone that we have the parameters to go to 14 meters. We want to limit it as much as possible to serve the use that is coming in here.
So just to clarify, Ms. Mayor.
Sorry, just turn your mic on. Oh, there it goes.
I'm sorry. The townhouse is 11.4 meters measured to the peak, the very top. Because obviously a residential is 8 foot to 9 foot floor to ceiling height, whereas a two-story commercial is 11.8 meters. Because for commercial, we need higher ceilings. So we normally go about 13 to 14 to the underside of the next floor, and then obviously you have the 3 feet of structure, which is about 0.9 meters, 1 meter. So the two-story commercial is 11.8 meters to the top of the parapet, and that includes the rooftop units, that type of thing. And the two-story, the townhouse is 11.4 meters to the peak. I could change the peak to a flat roof, which would reduce that height. But on the current design that I have a cottage roof, and to the peak it's 11.4 meters to the peak.
So every measure we can to try and limit the height has been done. Adding the 3-story is not a compromise to the height of what is currently zoned. It helps mitigate more residential backing residential rather than commercial. So we thought this is a nice, better transition for existing residential rather than seeing a high commercial building. There's also existing trees in behind on city land that are going to be maintained and not removed with this that do help some of that blocking as well.
Okay, thank you very much. That does help. All right, going to round 2, Councillor Harris is next.
So when we look at the site plan, we see quite a mass of buildings and whatnot. Right now, Highway 21 generates a fair amount of traffic noise, I would imagine, because we have lots of large trucks and lots of commercial vehicles that are transiting that area every day, both ways. So obviously, I respect the fact that it's a requirement for a development permit to deal with noise mitigation. Just the massing of buildings on here I would expect, you'd have to say from a professional standpoint, the massing would definitely reduce the impact of traffic noise generated from Highway 21 onto the current residents that back out onto that pathway. which ultimately they can view Highway 21. Mind you, their orientation is to the west, I guess. So what would happen when we get to that development period to understand the mitigation of noise in relation to, because you want to be good neighbors if this does go ahead and enters into the development stage. How do you deal with noise mitigation from that standpoint, or the assessment? Have you done any assessment on it thus far?
Through you, the Mayor, to Councillor Harris, yes, a noise attenuation study was completed.
Okay.
The majority of noise is from the highway, and multiple residents did have concerns of the existing highway noise off of the highway. The buildings do block a lot of the noise that's going to come off the highway. However, there's also landscape and noise mitigation measures within the zone that will be determined at the time of development permit. That could be additional landscaping along the back, could be any berms needed. We have to be careful a little bit along. There's been a couple residents that came in and said, well, we want more noise attenuation along the back end, so you build a berm and a fence, please, all the way through. But then you have safety measures that don't want you to have this big path of a walkway and fenced all along ours to adjust noise. So we've come up with a balance of having people be able to access through the access plan that you saw earlier, a lot of access onto that trail system, but also in the front, you also have to be careful. You can't just berm and fence that because you need visibility to the commercial site. So we will be working with city administration to mitigate these concerns as best possible at the development permit stage. But through landscape, through when you do your grading program, you could have some berms in places. Just depends on what we need to do.
Well, so I guess the cart before the horse in this whole discussion is whether or not we're talking about things that ultimately will happen, which ultimately impacts the residents and impacts the rest of the community if the development is approved, if the if the planning is approved. So that's the cart before the horse. But I think those are relevant questions to ask at this stage to understand the impact of us making a decision on this bylaw to give it second and third reading. And so I think that's why the nature of these questions have been kind of not just planning related stuff, but development related stuff, because if we approve the planning, then the development follows thereafter. So that's kind of, I think, where I'm coming from, and I suspect my colleagues sitting at the table here are of the same mind, because in the end, we've heard a lot from residents and we're trying to understand. And so that's kind of what the nature of that question was relative to mitigation. And in relation to my earlier question relative to the height of those 3 stories, because that is in the 40 or so submissions we've received from residents is a big concern. And they'd rather see 2-story as opposed to 3-story. Again, that can be a topic our administration can deal with if it gets to a development permit stage. And we'll leave it at that. So thank you. That was the nature of my question. Thanks.
Councillor Wesley.
Thank you. Just curious, Eric, you had mentioned that you would have preferred to have shovels in the ground like months ago. I also noticed that the property is for sale. So I'm just wondering, how would a potential sale of this particular property impact the immediacy of this proposal, and even this proposal in general could be totally different with a new owner?
Thank you for your question. Through the Mayor to Councillor Wesley. The site itself is not for sale. The how that's working is the ownership group is developing the site, just like any other site. As it gets developed and serviced, there could be a subdivided piece that gets sold to a builder that builds what's the parameters on that site. They're not selling the whole site just to flip this and be done with it. We are fully committed to doing the engineering, doing the servicing, have the development permit, building permit, start work on that site. And then the sale would be to either lease commercial buildings, sale of residential buildings, whether I'm not sure if the senior facility is just a lease or if it's a purchase. There's just items like that would go on after, which is very standard in the development industry. Obviously, you build it, you can keep it for a lease or you can sell it. So that's probably what it means for the sale. It's not the sale of the property as it is right now.
Okay, thank you for that clarity there, Eric.
Okay, we have Councillor Nguyen next.
Yeah, thanks. Reminded me of my earlier question as well, because it said subdivided lots for sale last summer. So what was occurring around that time? It's very confusing, kind of what the plan was for this, and it seemed like you were willing to go through subdivision and then sell kind of whatever anyone was interested. Not you, but the ownership group, I suppose. I mean, can you just give us some preamble on that? I never had that question answered by anyone because nobody knew. But
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, a subdivision application was submitted at the time of the overall development, master development plan. We submitted both. The subdivision has been on hold until we figure out, because so many changes to the concept plan have happened through the public discourse and through administration back and forth through multiple submissions to administration. Because when you subdivide, you have to be aware of side setbacks and how the site can actually be serviced for each of those sites, access to each of those sites. You can't just subdivide a piece without due access and service, right? So the subdivision application was submitted, not approved yet. If this gets approved today, our concept will be finalized and looked at, seeing if we can finalize that subdivision with the city, with which we work with administration on. A development permit and building permit would be coming next as well with that subdivision to continue this process. We're just at the zoning phase, so we kind of submitted the subdivision maybe a little early, knowing that we wanted to get in and we wanted to start doing some work, but through 3 or 4 different submissions with the city, it's just taken a lot longer through getting approvals. As the people here, we're trying to do our due care and not just rush the process.
thank you for that response. And on that note, I'm sure you're very aware that there are many displeased residents at the thought of developing this, what was perceived by many to be green space, historically has been, and it's greenfield land for development. With the unpopularity of with some people, and I'm sure many people, should this development go forward, would be accessing the services in here, but that the unpopularity that's been shown to us. Sorry, there's some talk going on. I'm just losing my train of thoughts here. I would just want you to have an opportunity, I guess, to close out and give us maybe, three assurances, not just us, but for the residents here today, that you are going to follow through and you have solid plans to develop in your own words in a manner that is sensitive to the adjacent neighbors. A lot of people live in these houses for extensive period of time, and it'd be vastly different than what they maybe thought would be happening with this parcel for a long time. So if you could just make a couple general comments. We've gone through a lot of details already of what you're doing to try to develop it in a contiguous way to the character of that neighborhood and whatnot, but anything you'd like to tell us in those regards.
Yep, through you, the mayor, to Councillor Nguyen. The current ownership group is steadfast in developing a proper commercial residential area that mitigates concerns of the residents. There's a balance to how this will work, and obviously some people want to keep that land as it is. That's not feasible. It's not public land. It will be developed, and we're trying to say, instead of just doing a full commercial site, residential helps transition that a little bit better. And so if this goes through, we are fully committed to building something like what you see here. Some CRU uses, obviously I don't have a crystal ball to totally see the market and what could come next, but we are very encouraged by what we've heard from administration and a lot of residents. There are residents that come in that are very positive, that do want to see this. So and they don't usually come out to all the public hearings as well, right? So it's not a green space. It's a privately owned parcel, and it's been kind of stagnant because of the shape, because of the location, and because of the closeness to the residential community that has stalled this. But right now we are very close to getting the zoning complete and then going to the next step. And we will work with the community as much as we can during all stages. We will meet with the community league. We are fully committed to that.
Appreciate the response. Thank you.
Councillor Randawa.
Thank you very much for bearing with council through these questions. Couple more things from me. I received a couple emails from residents that mentioned a rumor that the development group was perhaps interested in buying one of the lots behind to provide a different route of access. Could you tell me anything more? That was the first I've heard.
Through the mayor to Councillor Randhawa. How do you pronounce your last name? Sorry.
Randawa.
Randhawa.
You've been doing great.
Okay.
Don't worry.
We are at the very preliminary stages of any servicing. Right now, all servicing will go west to 84th Street with a possibility of water connection going across where the all directional is, south across the highway to loop water. That is what we are going off of right now. That's what our engineering drawings have. But again, we're very preliminary in engineering to spend the money to exactly see what is going to happen with this site. But no, that's not how we're thinking of it right now. I mean, it's maybe a good option, maybe. Thanks for bringing it up.
Okay. I won't comment on that. And my last question is, in terms of some of the cross sections I've seen for height, the grading on the lot varies a significant amount as you go down the highway. So how realistic is the cross section when we look at the height comparisons from this proposed development to the houses that are behind? Whether we're looking at the cross section, shadowing studies, and so forth, I'm assuming the grading will change on this site.
Yes.
And that will have an impact on 11.5 meters starting off a different base, right?
Absolutely.
Yes.
There's dips and swales. You're right. Because it's so preliminary right now, we're essentially showing it as a flat site. But you're right. The topography of the site does have dips, so the height will be not as substantial because at the center of the site we do have areas that are lower, right, and then it comes up, and so we don't have a comprehensive grading plan yet, but we are going to be playing with the topography. Absolutely.
Sorry, just to add to that, the grading is how the grading works is you're really subject to the services in the ground. You don't want to do a 9 meter deep sanitary pipe, right? So we try to level out the site as best we can. So some areas that have the bigger hills right now probably will come down, which help the height for those residents. The area that is very low, which would be might be come up a little bit, right? It's all dictated by servicing, and we don't have those services designed solely yet. We have some preliminary drawings, but the grading plan would come next with those services, the overall design, site detailed design, right? But overall, the site will be graded to maximize that servicing, and that's only supported by administration and the city across the Edmonton region about trying to be efficient with services. You know, you don't want to be maintaining also a 9 meter deep sanitary in the front, right?
Okay. Thank you very much for your answers and for coming out today.
I do have one more quick question about the heights. So when you look at your shadow studies, that was provided by yourself, right? That's not a city document, correct? Yeah, okay, thank you. The height legend for the two-story buildings in both the first 2 pages are 10 meters. So I just, and then you're saying they're actually going to be 11.8, which is an almost 2 meter difference. So is this height study done at 10 meters, or is like this shadow study, or is it done at 11.8?
The shadow study you see right there is done at 14 meters.
We did two versions.
This is not, so yeah, so the first 2 pages of that report have a building height legend. But you're saying that it was done at 14 despite the legend. I just want to clarify that this is accurate information.
Two shadow studies were done, one to show what our heights are currently that we're trying to achieve, and the other one, the maximum of the zone. The maximum of the zone obviously is a little bit more shadow than what we're trying to propose, just to show council what the maximum would be allowable, that even in that worst case scenario, it still is not affecting the residential around it, but that our shadow study that we're doing based on more detailed design as we know it today is less.
Okay. Thank you very much. That is all the questions for you. It has been 2 hours and 7 minutes, and council is going to take a 10-minute comfort break because I think we'll be over an hour of public feedback. So 4:07, so we'll return at 4:17 promptly. And this is a public hearing, so just for those residents or the applicant in the audience, council cannot talk to you about anything that is happening in the public hearing in this break. Okay, thank you. All right, welcome back. I'll have you guys take your seats. Thank you very much. All right, we're moving into the public delegations. Just a reminder that each delegation will get 5 minutes. I am going to hold you to that because we have a minimum of 10 plus anyone else who decided to speak since arriving here today. So, like I said earlier, we're going to go in the order in which they were registered. Number 1 is Ryan Ruther, Fort Saskatchewan resident. He's in the other room. Someone's going to bring him down then. Just, you'll have to have some patience here as we go between the two rooms. Yeah. Rhonda Anders, you're next, just so you know, so you're all
You guys
ready
hear me?
and set. Yes, have a seat there, just so you're close to the mic and bring the mic close to you. You'll state your name, whether you're for or against the development, and you will have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Ryan Ruther, and I live directly behind the proposed development. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This project will directly affect my home, my property, my privacy, and my family's quality of life. When my wife and I purchased our home, one of the main reasons we chose this area was because it offered privacy, peace, and a comfortable environment to build our future. We recently got married and are planning to start a family. So maintaining those qualities is very important to us. I also want to be honest with Council about my feelings regarding this development. My wife and I are not happy about having an apartment development directly behind our home at all. One of the main reasons we purchased this property was to move away from higher density living and enjoy greater privacy, peace, and space. While I understand that growth and development are part of a growing city, this project is already a significant compromise from the perspective of the existing residents who live directly behind it. Because of that, I believe it is especially important that the impacts on surrounding homeowners are kept to a minimum and not be further increased through additional building height. I understand that the apartment portion of this project is expected to remain at 2 stories. My primary concern today is a proposal to increase the adjacent resident buildings from 2 stories to 3 stories. A 3-story building directly behind existing homes creates a significant impact on privacy. My wife and I spend a great deal of time in our backyard, and we have a swimming pool that we use throughout the summer. The additional height would allow direct views into our yard and into the yards of many neighboring properties. This is not simply about perceiving a view. It is about maintaining the reasonable expectation of privacy that existing homeowners have enjoyed since purchasing their properties. Many of us invested our savings into homes in this neighborhood, and the understanding that the surrounding development would be compatible with the existing character of the area. Increasing the building to 3 stories changes that relationship and creates a much greater impact on nearby residents than a 2-story design. I respectfully ask Council to reject the proposed increase to 3 stories and maintain the original planned 2-story height. If Council chooses to approve the increase, I strongly request that meaningful mitigation requirements be required. That should include substantial mature trees and landscaping along the property line, enhanced fencing and screening measures, and design requirements that minimize overlooking into neighboring yards. Growth is important, but it should be balanced with respect for the residents who have already lived here and have invested in this community. I ask Council to carefully consider the privacy and quality of life impacts that a 3-story development will have on the families living directly behind it. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. And Council does have the opportunity to ask questions. So based on what we heard today, the approved height for that, if it were to remain as it is today, could see a 14-meter commercial building behind your home. And what the developer is proposing today is an 11.4-meter 3-story townhouse. So can you, I guess, just describe for me which one to you would be better for your living situation, for your quality of life?
I firmly believe the smaller the height requirements, the better. Like I mentioned in my speech, I did just recently move from an apartment building. And the reason we bought this house was to get away from all the noise and the theft and the nuisance. So I strongly oppose an apartment at all, but I do understand that it is already planned, and if it is going forward, that we try to minimize the issues that could happen with increasing the height and therefore allowing more residents. So,
would you think that a 14-meter commercial building would continue to provide you more privacy, even though it was higher, because there's no like viewing down into your yard? Is that a fair question?
Correct. I would prefer commercial over residential, just because I do not think that there would be anybody on their backyard. Like, there wouldn't be any, I forget what it's called, balconies looking into the yard. So that as the apartment is less favorable for me personally, commercial would be the better option.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you so much for presenting today.
Thank you so much for your time.
All right, Rhonda, you can come up. And then after that, I have Leanne Craig, just so that you are prepared after Rhonda. Rhonda, again, you're going to say your name, whether you're for or against, and you have 5 minutes. Yep, there you go.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Rhonda Anders. I have lived in Fort Saskatchewan for 27 years, but I grew up 30 minutes north. So Fort Saskatchewan is near and dear to me. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today regarding the proposed amendment to the commercial center on Highway 21 in Pineview. I understand that this commercial development has been approved and there's nothing we can do to deter that. However, I am here to strongly oppose the proposed amendment that would expand this district to include residential uses, permit a vehicle wash, increase building heights, and modify the regulations intended to address noise and landscaping concerns. My first concern is that the amendment fundamentally changes the nature of the development that was originally approved. Residents were presented with a commercial center. What is now being proposed is a mixed-use development that introduces apartments, multi-attached housing, and above-ground floor residential units. This is a substantial change in both intensity and land use. I question whether placing residential development immediately adjacent to Highway 21 is the best interest of future residents. Highway 21 is one of the busiest transportation corridors in our region. It carries significant traffic volumes, including commercial vehicles and oversized loads. Introducing housing directly beside this corridor raises concerns about traffic, noise, air quality, and overall quality of life for future residents. I am concerned about pedestrian safety. If residential uses are added, there will inevitably be more people walking, cycling, and attempting to access services on both sides of Highway 21. The only practical way for pedestrians to cross the highway is through at-grade crossings. Given that Highway 21 is an important transportation route that accommodates oversized and high-load traffic, a pedestrian overpass may never be a realistic option. As a result, this amendment could increase the number of pedestrians interacting with an already busy and potentially dangerous roadway. The addition of the vehicle wash also raises concerns. Vehicle washes create additional traffic noise, lighting, and operational impacts that extend beyond typical commercial uses. If Council is already proposing additional regulations for noise mitigation, that alone suggests that there are recognized concerns about compatibility between the proposed uses and surrounding areas. I am further concerned about the building heights. Taller buildings will permanently alter the character of this entrance to our city and further intensify development on a site that many residents have long recognized as an important open space and wildlife corridor. For decades, this area has provided habitat for deer, moose, rabbits, and wildlife. While development may proceed, Council should carefully consider whether increasing the scale and intensity of development is necessary or appropriate. Finally, I question whether the proposed landscaping and noise mitigation regulations are sufficient to address the impacts that will result from introducing residential uses into what was intended to be commercial district adjacent to the major highway. Landscaping and mitigation members cannot eliminate traffic noise, highway activity, or the loss of open space. For many of us who have lived here for decades, this land is not simply a vacant parcel awaiting development. It's a part of the character of Fort Saskatchewan. I sometimes wonder whether those proposing these changes truly understand what this space means to the people who have lived, walked, cycled, and raised families in this community. I respectfully ask Council to reject this amendment and maintain the existing direct control district as originally approved. If development is to proceed, it should proceed under the uses and expectations that were originally presented to residents, rather than expanding into high-density residential and additional commercial uses that significantly alter the character and intensity of this project. I thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anybody with questions. I'll just give it a second. All right. Thank you so much for being here today. Leanne Craig. And then after Leanne, I have Stephen Craig. Your name, whether you're for or opposed, and then you will have 5 minutes. Welcome. I'm sorry, will you just push the button in front of you at the bottom there? Perfect. And then pull the mic towards you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leanne Craig and I oppose this amendment. I would like to thank you for this opportunity. My question is, how are we at a public hearing stage when, as far as the general public is concerned, none of our issues have been heard? How can you expect the public to speak at this hearing when literally this plan was just presented? It's a beautiful concept. It's an amazing concept. Except every single resident of Pineview bought a home in Pineview to get away from that concept. That is not a concept of Pineview. So let's talk about the What We Heard report published by the TCS permit experts on behalf of the property owner, because I believe we haven't been heard, and this concept literally proves that we have not been heard. We're talking about a piece of land that in 2016, the governing body took great lengths to protect by placing restrictions upon it, going so far as to use the wording long-term and sensitive to adjacent residential neighborhood. And because we have a developer that knowingly purchased this restricted commercial property, yet throughout this whole process, not once proposed a plan that actually complies within the current bylaws, I feel this must be said out loud. They never had any intention of using it, as it was so lovingly, thoughtfully, and protectively designed. It will be and has been argued that the developer has a right to ask, and I agree. Of course they can ask, but my question to you is, when did greed overtake common sense in Fort Saskatchewan? You could say this is harsh, and yes it is, but so is 32 concerns being ignored. We all supported the 2016 bylaws that were placed. In 2022, the city initiated the walking tours. We said no to changing Pineview. We said no again when the city had the land use bylaw open houses. We said no at the developer's own open house. Their own consultation company published 32 different ways we said no. How many times do we have to say no? When will no mean no? When will the citizens of Pineview be heard? With 32 identified concerns from their own consulting company, how can there be any other answer but no? And because a developer has a right to ask, and even publish in this document, openness to residential components may increase if the development focuses include senior living facilities. We are now at a public hearing talking about an area that has already shockingly limited emergency access in a city that currently has no residential direct access to the highway, but a developer has asked, and someone thinks it's a good idea to install 4 uncontrolled entrances directly to a highway with seniors. But hey, one of them will be a traffic light. As a taxpayer, I must ask, what about the cost? the city employee man hours alone, the signage, this hearing. And if long-term plans only last 5 years, how do we prevent this from happening again? When this developer decides to sell the land to another, since the developer has a right to ask, how about we put steps in place so the developer incurs all of the costs associated with this simple request? Of course, there is a win-win simple solution. Since the developer already has the land up for sale, how about they cut their losses as part of doing business and sell the land back to the city at the original selling price of the land initially? That way they can move to greener pastures where this concept is needed and wanted. The city can buy back the land at the original selling price and leave it as a green space up to such time Highway 21 needs to have a lane expansion, and the residents of Pineview will get a proper berm when Veterans Way is expanded. This concept is an absolute insult to the residents of Pineview and proves that not one of our concerns has been addressed. This concept belongs anywhere in Fort Saskatchewan but Pineview. So I ask you, what side of history will your names be recorded? Are you protecting Pineview or destroying it? Please hear the residents of Pineview and unanimously vote to reject this proposal and put measures in place that we never have to go through this again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leanne. Oh, no. We're in a public professional setting, so I must insist that no clapping, but thank you for that. Leanne, question. So if it doesn't get approved how it was presented today, it is still a commercial property that can be built completely commercial. I just want to clarify that you believe that that is the better use for this land than a mixed use.
Yes, very
Okay.
much so.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other questions for you. Thank you so much. I will invite Stephen Craig. After that will be Maureen Condro. Thank you very much. Your name, if you're for and opposed, and you will have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Stephen Craig, and I am against the proposal. Thank you, Your Worship Mayor and City Councilors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. In 2018, the City of Fort Saskatchewan has adopted Vision Zero as a long-term goal to achieve zero fatal and serious injury collisions on our roadways by using engineering, education, enforcement, engagement, and evaluation as the foundational elements of traffic safety. Can you please tell me how this amendment fits within that plan? What I'm asking is, has the City of Fort Saskatchewan reviewed this plan with emergency services? Has the fire department said, yes, we can access this proposed concentrated area within acceptable time limits? Has EMT said they can respond to a medical emergency in the proposed senior living area without impediment? Has the RCMP said that this will not cause added risk to the roads? If none of these agencies has approved this plan, then I ask exactly how does the City of Fort Saskatchewan pledge to reduce collisions by identifying high-risk locations when we are here today actually talking about creating one? The developer purchases commercial land knowing full well its restrictions, and yes, they have a right to ask for an amendment, but I feel that it would be better set as a commercial land only, not residential. I'm here today. I believe the developer does not understand what Fort Saskatchewan means as a city. To use a phrase like vehicle-oriented clearly goes against our 110 kilometers of walking trails. Or how about the site is to be developed in a manner that is sensitive to the adjacent residential neighborhood? This is where the developer's actions speak louder than words, since there's never been a plan that conforms within the bylaws of the land that you purchased. Strike one against that statement. We could combine the data collected from the walking tours and the land use bylaw information being completely ignored as strike two, but strike three against the statement is the information collected from the developer's own consultation firm, and I quote, openness to residential component may increase if the development focus includes seniors' living facilities. The senior citizens of Fort Saskatchewan are protected and treasured, not to be used as bargaining chip, and I take offense to that statement. The nail in the coffin, in my opinion, to that statement is the fact that the land is up for sale as we speak, clearly demonstrating the developer has buyer's remorse. Going back to the traffic, in 2024, the province of Alberta changed the threshold for reporting collisions from $2,000 to $5,000, which can account for a drop in reported collisions from 383 in 2024 to 345 in 2025. But what about fatalities? The City of Fort Saskatchewan between 2020 and 2025 has had 4 fatal events. Currently, there are no residential locations directly accessing the highway, and I've witnessed people trying to merge onto Veterans Way at traffic lights. Does anyone here truly believe 4 uncontrolled access points in a concentrated area, with one possibly being a light, will not cause serious traffic issues? I believe that this amendment is a tragedy waiting to happen. And is it not the most fundamental responsibility of our governments to protect our citizens? Please unanimously reject this amendment in its entirety, and please protect your citizens and put measures in place so that when the land is sold, we do not incur the cost of going through this again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I am not seeing any questions for you. Thank you very much. Welcome Maureen Condro up. Following that is Greg Clement, who is online today. Just going to push the button there. It'll turn that red. Perfect. Your name and whether you're for or opposed.
Good afternoon, Mayor Micken and members of council, and thank you for this opportunity for me to present today. My name is Maureen Condro, and I am very opposed to this development. In 1977, we built our home on the edge of a farmer's property in Pineview. The highway back then was 2 lanes. The highway then became 4 lanes. In the meantime, the farmer sold the land to the developer. Since then, this land has been sold to a succession of different developers. There seems to be a problem, so let's address it. As members of our council, you are facing making a decision that will be consequential to our city. Turning an urban greenbelt into a commercial and residential strip mall presents several significant trade-offs. Is the lure of new tax revenues worth the numerous expensive problems and concerns that you may face with this proposed development? This is not just a Pineview problem, it is a problem for the entire residential area of this city. Problem 1, Highway 21. Highway 21 is one of the boundaries of this area. This highway is the commuting route to the industrial heartland. Provincial data shows that over 53,000 vehicles travel this corridor daily. This number does not include the local residents traveling to their workplaces within the city. It should also be noted that this corridor is designated as a highway route to the oil sands, requiring over 500 oversized vehicle moves each year. Everyone here is aware of the congestion of this highway during morning and evening plant shifts. Population increases have only added to this problem. Every additional traffic light reduces the flow and increases this congestion. That is why our city has listed in its major capital projects that this corridor is slated to be widened from 4 to 6 lanes with provincial aid by 2029. Problem 2. The other boundary of this development is Pineview residences. The problem is you can only access the Pineview community through backyard gates. There is zero connectivity to the larger community. There is only one way in and out. It is by way of the highway. Problem 3. The lure of tax revenues through attraction of brand name stores desired by our community is very real. But remember the mantra, location, location, location. Big name stores avoid single entrance strip malls on highways because they rely on high volume traffic. Few ways in and out limits customer accessibility, creating major traffic bottlenecks and drives shoppers away. They require multiple in and out points, access to public transportation, as well as a high pedestrian count. The tenants that will be attracted to this development will be convenience service orientated, fast food, liquor, etc.? Are we becoming, from entrance to exit, a corridor of strip malls along the highway? New lights, more stops and starts. Problem 4. Higher manager complexity is involved when managing diverse tenants. Residential and commercial spaces have very different operating hours, security needs, and bylaw regulations. Commercial tenants, particularly restaurants, bars, and convenience stores, generate high volumes of ambient noise. Deliveries, trash collection, snow removal, and idling vehicles disturb tenants. Mixed shoppers and residents in a compact area leads to constant competition for parking, building access, and shared amenities. If agreements fail to define boundaries, commercial and residential leases frequently clash. Example, residents' complaints over late night business hours, odors, or noise. In an emergency situation, where and how are these people going to be evacuated?
30 seconds, Maureen.
Pardon?
30 seconds. Yep.
Do we close down the highway for their escape? In conclusion, this parcel of land is very problematic for land developers. The only connection possible is by vehicles along Highway 21, and to ratify this would exemplify poor urban planning. Thank you. This concludes my comments.
Thank you, Maureen. So as I previously asked other presenters, a completely commercial area is to you better fitting than the mixed use. Is that right?
Well, to be honest, because we've gone through so many developers, I feel in another 2 years, another one will appear, it'll be sold to another. And I think this will keep going on until at some point someone says, as a developer, let's try to expedite it by selling it back to the city, as one of the other speakers mentioned.
Okay.
I just don't think the area is sustainable because of its isolation and no access. That it's sustainable is a huge project. It's going to have to remain as a green belt.
Thank you. Councillor Ketcher has a question.
Okay, I just want to ask a clarifying question, because you said you were there from 1976 or 77, and many developers were buying different portions. Are you aware that the city never did own that piece of property?
Yes, we watched the farmer harvest his crops in the fall every year, and then he baled hay. Yes, I knew it was not.
Okay, and I only asked that question because I've heard it twice now, to sell it back to the city, because I guess the question...
Developer would have to, yes, the newest or latest developer.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you very much. Maureen, that is all the questions for you. Thank you very much for coming today. All right, our next speaker is online, and then after that it will be Jewel Hansen. Greg Clement, I can see you there.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
So my name is Greg Clement, and I am opposed to the redistricting as planned. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I submitted a document to Legislative Services itemizing my concerns for the proposed land use changes. I will not go into that same detail. However, I would like to bring forward some key points from that document. Just over a year ago, in Feb 2025, this city prepared a draft Pineview District Plan after 2 different community engagement sessions in 24 and 25. That plan outlined that high-density housing would be limited to a single neighborhood node, Westview Plaza, and would step down gradually to perfect Pineview's character. Why are we now considering a direct control amendment that completely reverses those recent tax-funded community engagements? Also, while the shadow study indicates that the layout is conceptual and the final layout will be determined during permit approval, one would expect that this layout is at least preliminary. The parcel in question is a narrow highway buffer strip. The preliminary documentation floats a layout of 13 3-story blocks, 6 single-story commercial and residential buildings, a 4-story seniors building, a car wash, and a rough count of approximately 440 parking stalls. The surface parking stalls and driving lanes appear to take about 40 to 50% of the entire property just for pavement. When you subtract highway setbacks, landscape buffers, queuing lanes for car wash, and special sound mitigation, it seems difficult to build that many structures under the current land use bylaw. The setbacks for existing multi-level apartment buildings along Highway 21 are considerable, while the seniors complex is placed close to the highway. My concern is that the council will agree to a blank approval with designs to be determined during permitting, resulting in a location that will end up with a poor design and traffic flow along our primary thoroughfare. Concerningly, the submitted shadow study shows a shadow cast of only 26 to 33 meters for a 14-meter structure. A rudimentary shadow calculation tool estimates the real cast to be closer to 55 meters. While I admit that I'm no expert, the study omits a full 24-hour composite overlay and excludes critical times like solar noon on the winter solstice, masking the true impact on adjacent Pineview backyards. According to our 2024 Urban Forest Protection Plan, Pineview has one of the highest tree canopies in the city at 21%. Developing this established green buffer strip and risking the mature trees along the multi-use trail fundamentally compromises those active environmental targets. The shadow study also seems to allocate little green space within the proposed development area. In conclusion, I want to clarify that I'm not opposing the development of this parcel. When the initial zoning changes were discussed years ago, I had my reservations. However, since then, I have watched our city grow responsibly, and I fully understand that growth is inevitable. Up until now, our community has prioritized the sustainability of that growth, maintaining crucial green spaces, and respecting the city's original master plans. Taking such a small, restricted area and overdeveloping it directly compromises those standards. It runs counter to our collective prior community engagements and actively undermines the goals of the Urban Forest Protection and Enhancement Plan. In the future, approving a mix of commercial development and a medium-low density home design matching Pineview is reasonable. Adjusting the zoning to allow for high-density three-story development along the back half of the area would negatively affect the whole neighborhood. Growth must make sense for the neighborhood it joins, and I urge Council to reject this bylaw amendment in its current form until a more balanced scaled-back plan is brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Greg. Just give it a second. Not seeing any questions. Thank you so much for coming online today.
Thank you.
All right, the next speaker is Jewel Hansen, Hughes Commercial Realty Group. Okay, yep, no problem. Thank you. All right, looking at Ledge Services, do we have this individual online? Yeah, okay. And sorry, I'm probably going to butcher. Anurag Yadav is our next speaker online.
To the mayor, they stepped away from the hearing, so I would proceed with the next.
Yep, no problem. We can come back. The next speaker then I have is Jim Cook. Is Jim here? And then following that will be Nick Mason. Welcome, Jim. Your name and whether you're for or opposed, and you will have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councillors. Thank you for this time. I am opposed to this amendment. I am a man of very, very few words. I have listened to the other speakers and the public, and knowing that they would be able to put forth a lot of thoughts. My only question, the commercial vehicle wash didn't stipulate that it would be a car wash. I was concerned that to what size, if they're going to be allowing tractor trailers to be coming into this commercial area and having those vehicles there, pardon me, there's already enough noise from the highways, the Jake brakes, the use at the red light traffics that is definitely not policed at all within city limits. This will only exacerbate the noise pollution we already are putting up with. Plus, the noise will be even closer to our houses if a tractor trailer car wash was being included in that. And that is all I wrote out, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Just give it a second. Not seeing any questions for you. Thank you for being here today. I'll welcome Nick Mason. Name, for or opposed, and you will have 5 minutes. Perfect.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Mason. I am adamantly opposed to this amendment. Like the previous speaker, I'm a man of few words, and I'm pretty much here just to say that. Voice my opinion, and I'm absolutely against it.
Thank you very much. So, Nicholas, again, the current zoning is completely commercial at 14 meters high. So you feel like that is a better fit for your neighborhood?
If there's nothing we can do to change that, other than buy the land, since it's currently for sale, then yeah, we'll keep it.
Okay.
Commercial, I guess.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Wesley with a question.
Yeah, thanks, Nick, for stepping up. I appreciate the power move by wearing such a nice jersey today.
I wish the player was better.
That part we can't see. I'm just curious as to when you think of this currently is zone commercial and the proposal is to add some residential, what would concern you the most about having residential in that particular spot?
Well, to be honest, I didn't write anything down. I had a few statements and some questions I was going to ask, but my previous speakers have really hammered everything that I wanted to ask. My biggest thing is 144 condos. That's like 200 cars, at least. That's traffic. Lights are congestion. It's just bad all around.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Okay. Thanks, Nick.
Councillor Randawa?
Thanks for coming out.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just say you said the least and you have the most questions so far. Go ahead, Councillor
I was
Randawa.
literally
Sorry to
just thinking
interrupt.
that. I'm like, man, I wanted to be out of here.
I was going to say, if council used as few words as you did, we would have been done this public hearing an hour ago. Just a question in regards to your relation to this development. Are you located nearby, like impacted by
I'm in
shadowing?
Pineview. Yeah, I could hit a golf ball onto that green space. I've been here about 6 years. My wife's been here literally her entire life, pretty much. My kids go to school here. Yeah.
Awesome. I won't ask how far you hit a golf ball, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Depends.
That is all the questions for you. Thank you so much for being here today. All right, that is all of the speakers that have pre-registered. So now I'm moving on to the list I was given for people who registered when they arrived. I have Liz Kyle speaking next, and after that will be Nick Mason. Oh, sorry, I thought it was another Nick. My apologies. Go ahead. Don't, and that'll be Grace after that. Yeah. Just push the button in front of you, right at the bottom there. There you go.
Got it.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak. My name's Liz Kyle, and I adamantly also oppose. My first concern, and I have a couple of decades in commercial property development on behalf of international buyers, so I'm fairly familiar, not here in the Edmonton area, but over the rest of Alberta. But as a resident on 92nd Ave, I'm absolutely opposed because I find this incredibly unusual and incompatible to put such a high density residential development butted directly up against a specifically low density historic neighborhood. It's absolutely incompatible. I was trying to find even one example in Sherwood Park, and I can't find one. Certainly they have these lovely new developments. What's being suggested is lovely, but not in that location. Put it on the south end. There's no reason to locate it there. And the other thing is that as much as that was a nice timeshare presentation and well done by the architects and living well and things, again, irrelevant. We got not one word that actually addressed the real consequences to the Pineview neighborhood or to Fort Sask writ large, given the amount of traffic that comes down 21. It's absolutely not true that there will not be massive traffic change inside Pineview. We know that right now as residents here. Any time that it's rush hour on 21, huge number of us Fort Sask residents, we bypass and we head over to the east side and go behind and come out wherever we need to so that we're not stuck on these traffic lights. This will cause that to also happen inside Pineview. Right now, nearly every day of the week that's not a school day, there's kids playing hockey on my street because they can. And everyone slows down and we enjoy the boys playing the hockey. It's ridiculous to say we're not going to have terrible traffic flow. We're also going to have a massive increase in crime rate to that neighborhood, which right now enjoys one of the lowest crime rates in all of Fort Saskatchewan because of the demographic of the residents, the age, etc. That will absolutely change. And I've worked as victim services with the RCMP in my past. I'm very familiar with what happens with high-density residential neighborhoods. You bring in crime rate. All of these factors are different with the original proposed commercial development. High-density residential also operates 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. That's not true with commercial. The elevations are different because all of the windows, etc., on residential will be facing back at Pineview, which does not happen. There's one more thing, too, that's bothering me tremendously on behalf of Pineview. It's a pointless shadow study when we're not given any accurate information about the actual finished elevation of the site before construction would begin. The majority of that site is significantly below the 0 elevation of the Pineview neighborhood. It's significantly below the level of the highway. In many places, it's significantly below the development on the other side of the highway and the other commercial properties. So it's pointless talking about how many meters off the ground we're going to be when we don't even know at what altitude is the ground going to be, right? So we can talk 14 meters, but if they're going to end up with approval to take that site level even a foot above the elevation of the existing Pineview neighborhood, then what do we got for drainage? And what do we got for actual finished? So we need to be talking elevation before we can bother with shadow studies and building heights. I just wanted to fit that in. I think that covers most things. I think there's just the crime rate. Obviously, there is going to also be one more thing. Has this been considered in relation to the potential devastating situation we have forming with AI data centers being built into the Strathcona area that is going to decimate freshwater reserves for residents of Fort Sask? Is this kind of development being factored in, which will just put yet more freshwater demand into a neighborhood that already has older infrastructure in terms of our water supply? And it's specifically only given certain size pipes because we're low
30
density.
seconds.
So again, I think the answer is no. And the last thing I'd want to know is, do we get full disclosure that there's no conflict of interest between the developer? I'm not suggesting there is here with the council, but anybody that's associated in the decision-making process, planners, staff, administrators, is there full disclosure? And are you guys making sure that you're checking that there's no conflict of interest?
All right.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I feel like I had a question, but you had a lot to say there and I might have lost it. No, that's okay. I appreciate it. No, I think it's gone. Sorry, I should have written it down. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions? No? All right. Thank you very much, Liz. All right. I have Grace Stelmashkuk. Hopefully I didn't say that too terribly. And then an easier name to say, we have Jack North right after that. Welcome, Grace. The button is right under the mic there. Your name for opposed, and you will have 5 minutes.
Hi, you were close. My name is Grace Stelmashkuk, and thank you for giving me the time today to voice my concerns. I don't live on 92nd Avenue, but I do live in Pineview, and I've been in Pineview for 44 years. I want to publicly voice my concerns regarding the recent proposal for the Highway 21 Plaza development. Although this piece of land is not considered to be part of the Pineview neighborhood per se, it will have a direct impact on 92nd Avenue, which is in Pineview, and an impact on the traffic entering and leaving by way of 84th Street. One of my concerns is the possibility of approving 3- and 4-story residential housing as part of the proposed development. Over the past year and a half or so, Pineview residents have had multiple engagements with the planning department regarding the heights of homes in our neighborhood. In saying that, I would like to thank the planning department for holding the multiple engagements and for working with us to address our concerns. Because most of the homes in Pineview are low-level bungalows or 2-story max, I'm concerned that if 3- and 4-story homes will be allowed in this development, it may be a matter of time before that can be used as leverage for future development in the remaining Pineview neighborhood as an excuse. And we kind of heard that today with the 3 stories already being on Highway 21. I believe there are currently 55 bungalows and 1 2-story home along 92nd Avenue. It's important that we preserve our neighborhood and having a potential of up to 290 dwelling units on that stretch of land is hard to visualize and disconcerting for an established, mature neighborhood. I think most people are aware of the lady in Edmonton who faced the monstrosity of a multi-unit building right next to her bungalow before she realized what was happening. Can any of us imagine waking up each morning to see this monstrosity out of our windows? I guess you wouldn't get to see the sun much after that. Another concern I have is the traffic issues. With another set of traffic lights, I suspect traffic will be impacted along Highway 21 between 84th and 94th Street. What are the chances of bottlenecking between these 2 streets along the highway, causing delays while entering and exiting off of Pineview on 84th Street? I understand that growth seems to be important for Fort Saskatchewan, and I'm just one person, but I respectfully request that very careful consideration or refusal to this amendment would probably be in our best interest. I appreciate you giving me time to express my concerns. It's important to be part of the democratic process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a question from Councillor Harris.
Grace, you indicated, and somebody else earlier indicated, I didn't ask at that point in time, but
can I just stop you for, I'm hearing impaired, so if you could speak
so am I.
a little bit louder.
Yeah. A little bit louder.
So, okay, I'll try not to yell. So you indicated you felt that this development, if it went ahead with residential and commercial on this property, of which it could be totally commercial under current zoning, would have a negative impact on 92nd Avenue traffic or traffic in general in Pineview. How would people living on the highway impact the traffic in Pineview? Like, what's the basis of that thought process?
I meant the traffic coming in and out of Pineview. Like most of us, the area I'm in, we access Highway 21 through 84th Street. So and this is going to be built between 84th and 94th Street. So to me, I think at like rush hours and that there would be a lot of bottlenecking going on, right? Because you've got all the heavy traffic coming along Highway 21 going north and going south. Right.
You know, those are legitimate concerns. Thank you for that point of view. The city does manage traffic and we do traffic planning. So any development that we have has to manage that whole concept from a development standpoint. So thank you. I just needed to understand that a little bit better. And somebody else made that same comment. I just didn't see in my mind how a development that actually fronts onto Highway 21 would impact negatively the traffic. But thank you for that.
All right, thank you.
I understand.
Councillor Wesley.
Hi, Grace. Thank you for the presentation. Please let me know. I can talk as loud as you need. I can make the walls shake if necessary. So thank you for the presentation. And I'm just curious, just so I can just get back to maybe a key concern. What would be the thing that concerns you the most about having residential in this particular parcel?
Okay, what concerns me the most is allowing the 3-story townhouses, because even though it's not considered part of Pineview it is going to be part of Pine View. So if we allow 3 stories there at whatever it was, 11.7 meters or whatever it was, then I can picture down the road another developer coming along in some part of Pine View and saying, oh, well, hey, there's 3 stories over there. So why can't we have a 3-story next door to 95, right, to my address, right? What's going to prevent that from happening?
Okay, thanks a lot for the clarification, Grace.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe I'll just tack onto that a little bit. So like this area is, although adjacent to Pine View, it's a separate area with the land use bylaw, so separate rules. So what stops what you're saying from happening is that Pine View will have separate rules. That's coming forward in the new land use bylaw, as you know. So if it doesn't get built at the 11.4 and the developer has to go back to the drawing board and bring back commercial, they could bring back a commercial building at 14 meters, which I've said before. So I'm just asking the question. You would prefer a 14-meter commercial building to an 11.4 meter townhouse? Like that is the big question for council to be considering today.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think I'd even agree to the 14-meter commercial development, right?
But that is
Because
what's
then
allowed
there again,
now,
you've got
right?
your 92 Avenue people are going to be dealing with all the, all the looking out their window, and they'd have to live in the dark because they'd have to have blinds down all the time so nobody could see in their windows, right?
Okay.
Just my opinion.
Yeah, fair. That's fair. All right. I'm not seeing any more questions for you, Grace. Thank you so much. The next speaker will be Jack North, and after that, Dwayne McClure. Perfect.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jack North. I live in Pineview for just over 20 years now. We much enjoy the community as it stands, and we are opposed to adding several hundreds of residents, new residents in the buildings that are proposed in the new development. I realize there's somewhat of a barrier between the new development and existing Pineview. The access into Pineview by foot right now, out of the, I think there's 10 openings shown out of the new development onto the walkway behind the development. So they'll have lots of access to the walkway. However, if they're going to use any of the recreational facilities in Pineview, they would have to right now walk all the way down to 84th Street, which is quite a jaunt from the center of this new development, or they would have to go down to about 90th Street to get the other access into Pineview on a walkway. So I imagine they're going to have to do something to get into Pineview for these people. Right now, there is no open areas. They'd have to buy a house and tear it down, if they were going to add more access in there. The other thing that's going to likely happen, and it does happen now, that people in Pineview access the walkways through the residents' homes along there. They go through their yards. Some people build special fences so they can't get through. Some don't, and they do get through at times. Should we have new openings put along there as we go along? I think it's going to have to be looked at. So that's really a big concern of mine, and I'm opposed to the development adding several hundred more residents basically to Pineview's area, even though they are somewhat separated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jack. I'm not seeing any questions for you. Thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you.
All right, I have Dwayne McClure next. After After that, I have nobody remaining on the list, so I'll be asking for final call.
Hi, my name is Dwayne McClure, and I'm a resident of Pineview, and I'm opposed to the current amendment to the bylaw. I don't really have too much more to say. I just want you guys to know that I am opposed to the amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. Dwayne, do you live backing on or close by? Where are you approximately?
One housing, like I'm not directly, but the next lane.
Okay, and then maybe like what has been asked before, what is your biggest concern with this, the change in the development?
Well, I just think there's going to be the traffic's going to be an issue with trying to get onto that 21 is going to be an issue. I think the height of the building itself, and I know you say the commercial, what would the difference between a commercial development, but a commercial development doesn't have windows facing, possibly looking into your yard, stuff like that. And the other thing I wonder is, you say the 14 meters now, all of a sudden, there's nothing written in stone right now. So what's to say the developer, oh, well, you got 14 meters, we're going to do the houses now at 14 meters. I have no idea, like, what's to stop them from doing that? Right. Changing, because nothing's in stone with the whole development, really.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Not seeing anybody else weighing in. Thank you. I saw somebody else coming in. Is there anyone in this room who wishes to speak? Yep, come on up. They are going to, yeah. All right, because I don't have it written now, what is your first and last name?
It's Lori Govan.
And opposed or in favor?
Neither at this point.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why.
Sure.
Because I understand that the land has to be developed. I mean, because it is for development. You don't own it. It's a private parcel of land. My concern is this. My concern is just the number of homes that they want to put on that parcel of land. The second concern I have is that when we saw the proposal in November, it was a 4-story apartment building that they proposed on the one side of it, I believe it's the north side, and now they're saying it's going to be a seniors complex with. It seems like they're trying to manipulate it to what they think is the majority of the residents that are in Pineview are seniors, or instead of young families. And there are a lot of young families, but so can they change that now? What the proposal that they've got today, can they change that proposal, or is there some way that the council can put it in writing that they can't? Or is it going to be a senior complex, or is it going to be an apartment, a 4-story apartment? Is it going to be the 3 stories? At one point, the guy said 2 stories at the meeting that we were at, and then all of a sudden now it's 3 stories. This is I think what's concerning most of the residents, and it's the density of the buildings that are going in there. There isn't a green space. There isn't a dog park. They've never ever mentioned a dog park, as if we've got beautiful dog parks down by the river. I mean, a dog park along the highway isn't going to be something that's going to be conducive to these children playing in these apartments, in these townhomes. So I can't say that I don't want to see it commercialize, the whole thing, because I think that the numbers of your commercialized buildings, your liquor stores are open longer hours, your pot stores are open longer hours, your restaurants, your bars, all of that can be open longer hours. So that's where I'm on. I think it's the density situation that I have a problem with, is the amount of homes that they want to put into there. Does that make sense?
It does. Yep.
Any questions?
Perfect. Anybody have questions? Not seeing any questions for you, so just make sure Legislative Services captured your name on your way.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ledge Services, was there anyone else in the Lang room, or has that been, that's good? All right, anyone else in this room who wishes to speak in favor, come on up. I don't think so. No, not her, no. All right, and sorry, what is your name?
My name is Dolores Shesky, and I live on 92nd Ave, on the back yard, and I've been there for 25 years. And the beauty of buying that lot many years ago is because it was open. I had come from an acreage, and being that it was wide open, and knowing that now development, like condos behind my house, that's going to be, 3 stories high. It's just unbelievable. I cannot comprehend how a small little portion of a little pie area is going to have condominium or these part 3 stories or 4 stories high. It's just can't comprehend the way they're going to build that on that corner. I could see more commercial on the upper part, not condos. And to me, it's going to be overdeveloped. So if it was a smaller commercial buildings here and there, lots of space for area for cars to go in and out, I would prefer, that would make more sense than having all these condominiums. So it's just very shocking to hear that there's going to be that many condos in behind our place.
Thank you.
That's
So
what I have to
your
say.
biggest concern, I would say, is privacy.
Privacy, totally privacy. I wouldn't mind commercial. I wouldn't mind even if commercial was, like you say, the area of the Pinewood is all 1 stories or 2 story homes, and that would be okay if you had that on that side too. I would be okay with that.
Okay.
But to have these high rise apartments, no. Okay. So it's going to be really hard. And like I said, being there 25 years, and my husband and I were looking at each other going, who knows, we might have to put it up for sale. So that's my point.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other questions for you. Thank you very much. Just a point for the people in the audience, you only get to speak once. So when I ask this question, if you've already spoken, it's only 1 time. Yeah. Yeah, no, it is just 1 time. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? John, I thought you were hiding somewhere. Welcome, John. Make sure you... Your name, whether you're for or opposed. And you can do it, John. You have 5 minutes once they get you all set up there. I find that hard to believe.
My name is John McMillan. I'm a 34-year resident of Pineview. I'm opposed to the amendment to change the building height from 2-story to 3-story. That's the change that I'm opposing. I'm an advocate for useful and effective revised land use bylaws that have a win-win outcome and achieve the municipal development plan goals and also align with the residents' vision for their neighborhood. Having read the 82 public hearing submissions from the residents, 99% oppose or strongly oppose the bylaw amendments. This lack of support tells me the amended bylaw is not correct, even though it still may align with the MDP. This is a win-lose outcome for this particular location. This is the only time I've seen a development where 600 residents would be required to access their homes directly from a provincial highway. The site has been classified as a car-dependent with 10,564 daily vehicle trips. In the 2016 public hearing for this land, the planning department stated the site was intended to be developed for vehicle-oriented commercial with access from the highway for 2-story adjacent to the existing homes and 4-story along the highway, thinking that 4 stories would be taller, like 14 meters, 2 stories would be less than that. Okay. And the developer consultant stated we considered multifamily residential, even though there is a 30-meter buffer. Multi-residential would be more intrusive to the residents. We would build 4-story along the highway and be a good neighbor to the residents. I'd just like to show you this shadow study that was provided to you. It's a 3 p.m. shadow study in the dark blue, showing the shadows going off to the right. Pineview has conducted a very detailed hourly shadow study using the National Research Council of Canada sun position tables, using 56 data points for Edmonton. And what you see here is a 10 a.m. shadow that's going right across the entire rear of the properties, actually extending into the far side of the neighborhood. How do I scroll? I want to move this. I'm using up my time. Okay. Right there is the detailed hourly shadow study that we conducted for Pineview. And you can see during November, December, and January, it's continuous shadowing onto the residents' homes. And that one example you saw before, which showed that there is no shadowing, there is shadowing. The residents will not see any sun in November, December, and January. They'll have 3 hours of delayed sunlight in the first after sunrise in October, and also in February. That's how I did the calculations. There's the angle of the sun and the shadow factor. So that data actually contradicts that particular slide saying there's no shadow problems for this neighborhood. There's very severe shadowing problems. Okay, so there's the data. The planning department. Oh, I said that. Hang on. I've edited this. The original land use bylaw aligns with proper urban planning principles for high-scale development adjacent to low-scale neighborhoods separated with a step-down transition building height of 2 stories. That step-down height of 2 stories is the right step-down when you're stepping down to a low-scale neighborhood. The planning department stated in March that our preference is to take ambiguity out of land use bylaws. This land use bylaw has been introduced with an ambiguity when they show you a 2-story, 3-story location with a triangular shaped map. The new land use bylaws do not have ambiguous concepts. They state quantitative building heights. You've had concerns with, is it 2-story? Is a 2-story 11 meters? Is a 2-story 14? Is a 2-story 13? That can be alleviated by actually fixing this land use bylaw and making it up to the same standard as our existing land use bylaws, where you state the building height in meters, you state the setback from the rear property line. And I have a proposal that I'm going to recommend to City Council that you have this land use bylaw rewritten up to today's standard and not use the word stories. Stories becomes ambiguous. You all had different versions of height. Is it 11? Is it 14? Is it 12? I would suggest that along the rear of that particular lot, you state
30 seconds, John.
Okay.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds.
At the rear of that lot, you would state 8 meters maximum with a 7.5 meters setback. Oh my goodness, I have to go run. With a 7.5 meters setback. 3 stories or 11 meters with a 23 meter setback, and 4 stories with a 53 meter setback. That is using the concept of the 2-story building adjacent to the Pineview homes. Going up with that same angle, you get the setback for the 3-story, and then you get the setback for the 4-story, and use quantitative values instead of these qualitative ones, which becomes a little bit fuzzy.
You're good?
Okay, I'm good. Yeah, thanks.
I think you gave us all a little heart attack there, John. Your alarm sounded like the fire alarm going off. Yeah. All right. No problem. Is there any questions for John? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. Enjoy your run.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. With that is all of the public delegations. I'll invite administration to come up. And before we close the public hearing, there'll be final questions for administration. All right. Councillor Harris.
Question. So the zoning here would ultimately change the zoning that was in the direct control district. Direct control meaning development comes to council for approval as opposed to it being approved by administration, right? Is that correct?
Go ahead, Scott.
Sorry, I was going to say through the mayor to Councillor Harris. So this district is a DCA district, so it is still processed at the development permit stage by administration.
Okay, good. Thanks for that clarification, because under a normal direct control district, I understand that ultimately administration would then process a report recommending certain things relative to the scope and density of development that would ultimately come here, and council would approve it through a normal process, correct?
So through Mayor Megan to Councillor Harris, when there's a DCC district, so there's two different types of direct control districts. If it was labeled as a DCC district, that would come to council for approval when it comes to the development permit application.
Yeah, so given the density or the scope of concern from Pineview residents in general, to I think the change with the height of these 3-story, actually it's only 2-story with a little garage underneath, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So to say it's a 3-story, unless you have some function associated with that garage, then it's only a 2-story.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm trying to understand, because it appears that maybe just the way this thing's come forward from the developer, we've got a mess here to try to sort this out so that we can address the resident concerns, but respect the fact that the developer has the right to develop their property in accordance with our planning regime. And so I'm trying to understand that if council were to deep six this bylaw, not give it second and third reading, or even second reading, then ultimately is there an off-ramp that the developer could still do some things that would allow the development to take place so that we'd be cognizant and respect the fact that there is certain amount of developer concern about it, and that council might end up having to say, we will allow this, well, we will not allow that. And we would, approve these guidelines for development. Because I think what I heard from all the things that we heard from residents, they understand development is imminent. Some people said, well, we just don't want to see it, buy the damn thing and be done with it. But I respect the fact the developer owns it. They're trying to develop it in a responsible manner. But we want to ensure that what we hear today is going to be what happens when we actually get in the ground with development. So I'm trying to find a way to understand how we can make that happen. And are you telling me that this bylaw, if we gave it second and third reading, would give us that assurance that that can happen? And if not, what would be the alternative?
So through Mayor Macon to Councillor Harris, I think trying to get to the crux of what you're asking here. I think there's some different options. Certainly one would be to, deny the bylaw. I think you've heard today that from the developer that what they have put forward as amendments to the existing development rates they have are in line with what their own market studies have shown, and changing that could impact the viability of it. That said, they do have development rights for commercial. So could they start some of the commercial development? Yes, absolutely. They could start that. If you're looking to create amendments, I think that's a different conversation, and we can talk about any amendments to the amendment that council might want to introduce. And I think the third one is you're talking about looking at a DCC rather than a DCA, the C being for council, the A being for administration, in terms of how the development authority is delegated. So there's a lot to your question, and I'm not sure how to give you a succinct answer.
Well, no, you're getting there, and it really we're on the horns of a dilemma here in relation to respecting the fact that the developer has the right to develop, and I have no problem with that, and I will be quite frank about that to the residents, that this property will be developed. Mark my words. The question is, what will it be developed as? And I'm not so sure. I don't have a problem with the residential component. I'm just trying to understand how to make that residential component as non-intrusive as we can possibly make it to the people that live on 92nd Avenue and back onto the property. Everybody else in Pineview doesn't even know it's there. I don't. I live in West Park, and I would have no
Councillor
idea
Harris, do you
it's
have a
there.
question for them?
Well, that was the question. I was trying to understand, how can we make this thing, if we can't tolerate this particular bylaw, what can we find that will allow this thing to move forward in an appropriate manner with respect to the concerns raised through this public hearing?
Okay, so through Mayor Macon to Councillor Harris, I think I mean, we were all here. We heard there's some, I think, thematic concerns, and I might pick the wrong ones, but let's start with height. I think height was a concern that we heard, and I'm going to combine that one with privacy. Privacy was another concern that we heard. And so there's definitely a perception that the distance between the developments will not be sufficient, and that more needs to be done to mitigate. I believe that the amendments that have been brought forward do contain a lot of additional mitigations compared to what is currently permitted. And so that is why administration has recommended that this be approved. That said, we heard a lot of the that's not necessarily connected with what people are feeling. And so there could be additional mitigations, there could be changes to height. I think our discussions with the developer are that that's not a friendly amendment that they wish to bring forward. But it's certainly an option for council to make the decision. I think the other kind of big theme that I heard was about traffic. And so again, I'm not a traffic engineer and I don't do transportation modeling, but the modeling report that we received suggested that this would not result in undue hardship on the road network and transportation network.
And I personally don't have any concerns about the transportation issues. What I have concerns about is the issue, and this is, like, how can the site needs to be earth balanced big time. And then that ultimately, and somebody made that comment earlier, well, we don't know what the height of the land is going to be. The developer said that they have to do that so they can drain it properly, and I think we understand that. So I'm just trying to understand how we can make that earth balancing thing that ultimately defines the final elevations for the whole development and the things that sit on the development, how we can get that so it's done properly. Can we do that within the context of the current bylaw? And I would suggest we probably can't. That's a detailed technical issue that administration deals with, not council.
Okay, just like as we're still in the public hearing, so let's make sure it is questions for administration and try to hold back the debate.
No, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
understand how council can move forward with this bylaw, understanding we got an issue with things like earth balancing and site earth leveling. I mean,
Are you good for questions?
that's it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard?
I'll keep it to questions. So I was looking at the current bylaw C1-26. It says current height map, 2-story at the back, 4-story at the front. And then I've heard it over and over that, oh no, but it can be 14 meters the whole site. So what's the point of this map?
So through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, you're correct. The 14-meter height technically could be throughout the entirety of the site. You could have a 2-story, 14-meter tall building. You could have a 3-story, 14-meter tall building, 4-story, 14-meter tall building. That's the reasoning behind the shadow study there and having it show all 14 meters because that could be the maximum height built. The reasoning for the 3-story map there is that the intention of the district is to limit that height to some degree, to bring it down and have 2 stories here. If you have a 2-story commercial, it's typically smaller than a 14-story, 14-meter height.
Don't go 14.
Sorry. 14-meter height building. But if they came in and applied for that 14-meter height 2-story building, that is something that they could apply for under.
They could, but then that would miss the point of being conscientious of the back, the people behind there, I guess. So still, hopefully it wouldn't happen.
Yep.
Okay, that's my only question.
Councillor Wesley?
Yeah, Scott, I'd just like to maybe follow up on a couple of questions that Leanne and Stephen raised. When it comes to the cost of the development, I think Leanne was, and I'll paraphrase a little bit here, was concerned with how much this cost in city administration time. And I'm wondering if you can just maybe relate that city cost to the fee that you charge the developer for this process.
Yes. So I apologize. I don't remember the exact amount of the fee off the top of my head, but it is to the developer. They do have to pay a fee when they come in for an application that we determine each year when we go through services and charges and fees, and when that gets decided upon. That encompasses the processing time for administration and encompasses the advertisement fees and things along those lines as well. So we do set this fee at the start of every year to encompass the entirety of what we determine on average would be put into an application like this.
So the intent of that fee is to make sure that we are almost at 100% cost recovery, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Stephen raised a concern about fire, EMT, and whether RCMP input was sought. Can you give us any guidance or?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Wesley. So yeah, there were a number of questions regarding emergency vehicles and access. So it is within the 10-meter response time of 10 meter, 10 minutes.
Meters and stories and all this stuff going on.
I apologize. 10 minutes response time. During the circulation process, we do send it out to the other emergency services as well. They came back and were acceptable or agreeable to the proposal. We also do have more detailed discussions with them in circulation at subdivision and at the development permit stage. That'll look at, like I kind of mentioned, some of the internal roadways and stuff like that to make sure that the emergency vehicles can be accommodated. The applicants kind of discussed that they had already made some proposals along those lines, but those discussions have not actually happened. That would happen at the development permit stage, where we would have more detailed discussion with the fire and department.
Okay, so at this point, we really haven't had a conversation with, let's say, municipal enforcement or the RCMP regarding traffic or traffic safety?
We've had discussions regarding in and out of the site with the terms of access, yes, but not for internal flow at this point.
Okay, and has that encompassed the safety discussion? Just want to make sure I got it 100% clear.
Sorry, encompass the safety.
So the residents' concern was the safety implications of this development. I wanted just to be 100% sure that whether safety was discussed with RCMP, municipal enforcement, and so on, or whether it was just a general traffic discussion.
Yeah. No, so through the mayor, yeah, the safety has been a kind of a top priority. It has been discussed. Like I mentioned, it would be discussed in further detail as we move into more detailed scope of the development and subdivision and so forth. But it has been something that has been at the top of our concerns and discussed. Yep.
Okay, thanks a lot, Scott.
Yep.
All right. I'm not seeing anybody else wanting to ask a question, so I'll close the public hearing at 5:41, and we'll move into business arising from the public hearing. And welcome to you to give your short presentation.
My presentation got closed, but administration is recommending approval of second and third reading for this bylaw C1-26.
Thank you very much. What is the will of council? Someone want to put it on the floor? Go ahead, Councillor Ketcher.
So just to get this moving, I will put it on the floor that council gives second reading to bylaw C-126 as presented, but I'm not going to be speaking in favor of it, unfortunately.
I'll accept the motion. Go ahead.
Okay, and I won't be voting for it either, just so when I'm talking about this. I do understand in my comments, I'm going to say I do understand developers have rights when they buy property, but when they buy property and it's already been zoned with very specific and limiting regulations that are put on it. That's why I asked the question, how much research was done before, and had the developer looked to see, you know, the video from back in the day? Because I will be honest, I was sitting there as mayor when we made this decision back in 2016. It was the hardest decision to make it a DC, but there was compromise. And the compromise was no car washes because of noise, very limited access and egress. And that's one thing that I strongly have an issue with this permit application, having people, and it has been said here today, no other residential area has access and egress directly onto the highway. And I think being thoughtful going forward as we move into our new subdivisions in our new annexed areas, I want to make sure we don't see that kind of development happening. You know, so when I look back at how I voted for it, and there was 3 of us that were sitting on there, and we didn't agree last time, but this time I'm saying I think the developer needs to go back to the board and take a look at what it is that they can accomplish with it within the parameters of what we set out in the original zoning with that. So I've very seldom voted no against something, but I will be voting no against this one.
Thank you. Got a full slate here. Go to Councillor Randawa.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to start off by thanking everyone for being part of the process. Kudos to administration for, you know, being able to hold a public hearing with, I think, a record number of inputs and residents coming out. The residents for bearing with us and understanding how democracy works and how slow it can be at times. And for the developers as well for showing interest in investing in our city. I agree with Councillor Ketcher that there's a lot of history here. I was one of the 3 councillors that was there 10 years ago. I recognize some friendly faces in the room from 10 years ago as well. I was a little younger then, but I voted against the zoning to make it what it is currently. I caught a little bit of flack on that because I was on the minority, but you know, at that time I thought it was the right decision because I didn't think the whole area was well planned out. I wish there was DCC, something Councillor Harris I think is mentioning now, and making sure council continued to have input and oversight over that area. And going through today's process, all the emails we've received, I don't see anything that's really fundamentally changed my mind on this, so I can't support second reading. There's a lot of issues I think different residents have brought up, whether it's things like traffic and highway impacts. I'm also not a traffic engineer. I did go to school for a while, so I'm going to wager and guess that this will have impacts on the highway there. It will impact council's decision making in the future regarding highway expansion, something that'll cost our city dearly, and something I wager we don't really have the funds for at the moment. There's a lot of concerns around shadowing and privacy. I sympathize with those residents that would be right in the back there and losing even the few hours of sunlight we get in the winter. There's comments around density and how it matches Pine View, and I think those are fair and warranted. As well as I think maybe Councillor Ketcher mentioned, this is a new developer that's coming forward understanding what the current zoning is. So I sympathize with that as well. But ultimately where it falls apart for me is there's still so much subjectivity on this site. What is the height? Are we going to go 2 stories, 14 meters, 2 stories, 11 meters? That still isn't fully defined. The mixed use being commercial and residential, I have hesitations on how much mixed that's going to be ultimately and how much it will end up being residential. But overall, if we approve this, council continues to give up whatever little oversight we have left. So I really hope this doesn't go forward. I don't think council needs to give up the little oversight that we have left on this process, and that ultimately this site will probably be developed at some point, but I don't see the development matching the current community and where we see responsible growth going in this community. So with that, I will not be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
First, I'd like to thank everyone that took the time to come today. For one, the developers and all the support there, all the residents, and all of the ones that we read. I think I've never seen that many letters on any topic in my 9 years on council. So it's a very emotional thing, as we saw here, as people speaking. When you get involved and it directly affects you, it gets you more emotional. So I definitely feel for you. I have walked and biked the pathways that run by this property over the years many, many times. And personally, if the city had lots of money and we didn't know what to do with it, I would say certainly we should buy it and keep it and just let a farmer come and bale the hay once a year, because it does look nice the way it is. I also question, what was done years ago and that we end up rewarding the person who ever hung on to it for so long. The number one concern for me with this, I have to say, is the residential. We're direct highway access. I have traveled all over Canada, lots in the US too, and you don't see a highway where you turn right and there's residential in there. And I get that we have mixed use, but there's still going to be, if it's 230, 40, whatever the units were, there's still going to be a lot of people there, assuming some of them have 2 residents, some of them will have families in there. I just feel that's so unsafe, even if we have a longer turning lane. And then access, there's no park in here at this point. Even if there was, though, to get to the rest of the fort, it always means getting out on a highway. And there should be other ways, I just don't feel this is the right way to use it. So I will not be supporting this. I just feel we need to look at this again. As far as the 14-meter height, if you're taking into account, which was the intent years ago, to think of the residents behind there, it should never be 14 meters at the north end of this property. And I have to say, from 10 years ago, I remember doing a lot of talking, and I ended up supporting this. And I've said it before, I think it was all of council that I've done, my one big regret that I supported that at the time. So I wish I hadn't. Anyways, going forward here, you have residential in there. It's going to need school buses. So do school buses go in there? I can't even picture a school bus going into the Walmart area, let alone a smaller area here. And the kids can't walk from here to go to a school. Like, they've got a long roundabout way. It's not going to work. It's going to impact. I don't care what highway engineer. I've had arguments with some of the highway engineers. I have no engineering background in any way, but when they proposed a 3-lane traffic circle on the other side, and they said, but it operates this way. I said, but you're forgetting there's people that are affected, that drive different than what the engineered drawings are. And I have a son-in-law that's an engineer. I'm sure he would argue that I just haven't had enough schooling to see it all. So definitely traffic will get impacted. And it's not got my support. I'm going to leave it at that. And we'll see what happens in the future. I also just would love to have seen it as a council gets to see, even as it does go forward, so that when something ultimately is approved, it comes back again so we can have a second look. If we approve this, if it goes through here, it's out of our hands totally. We have zero more say, and I just feel that's not right either with some of these, controversial areas that I think should have more council attention. Ultimately, we're the ones that pay for it.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, appreciate the comments of my colleagues thus far, and echo many of them. I think there's some critical points and perspective that we're sharing. I just want to thank all the Pineview residents and residents abroad in Fort Saskatchewan for being here today and being a part of the democratic process. It's critical when there are concerns, as demonstrated today with the scale of them and the amount of them that we've heard, that those be communicated to us, your elected representatives. So with that being said, one of my responsibilities is to ensure that that development and growth is being done not only in a manner allowed, but in a responsible and sustainable way. And it's something that I campaigned on, and I'll stick to that. So it's our job to weigh in the merits of this application and benefit to our community as well. And I remember thinking, we're talking about the history of this parcel, and it is an extremely sensitive parcel. I remember thinking 20 years ago, just as I was about to graduate high school, that it's a key time for commercial potentially to be developed with highway frontage in an area like this to serve residents, because we didn't have that much commercial at that point. A lot of people were commuting, and as the years progressed and fast forward to 2026, and I think that, and this could be just my perspective, but it seems like we do have a level of saturation of businesses and commercial in the city, and the city is growing to the south, and that is where future and dense populations and suburban areas are going to be built, and they're going to want access to commercial or higher density housing in these areas. So I think it's a better fit for the direction, geographical direction that Fort Saskatchewan is growing. I'm not going to go over some of the points the colleagues have made here thus far, because I do agree with many of them, but I do understand as well that we have a developer who sees the merit and viability in developing this highway frontage parcel within Fort Saskatchewan, and so if that's something that needs to be followed through with, it can be done in certain ways. At this time, I'm not going to be supporting the second reading of this motion for a few of the items that I've mentioned and a few others as well. So thank you.
Councillor Wesley.
All right. So I want to begin by certainly acknowledging the residents who have engaged on this issue and hung out with us for almost 4 hours today. It is very, very clear that people care deeply about their neighborhood and how decisions like this affect their daily lives. Pineview is certainly a special place. At its core, this bylaw asks us to make a significant shift from a commercial designation to a mixed-use development. It introduces some residential density immediately adjacent to an established community. And after looking at this proposal, I am convinced that this is I am not convinced that this is the right fit for this location. I think first off, there's an issue of compatibility. Pineview is a low-density neighborhood, and this proposal introduces multi-story residential buildings directly behind existing homes. And even with mitigations, this will have real impacts on privacy, shadowing, and just overall livability. It is also worth noting that in 2016, and I watched that wonderful little video, Councillor Ketcher, y'all looked about the same. I think you are like sort of ageless people. I can't believe it. I really want to know what your secret is. But so I watched that video, and I noticed that when the then applicant was asked about high density development on this particular spot, he said that they had considered it, and they considered it to be too intrusive, and so they dismissed that particular type of development. And I think that concern still applies, and we saw that with our resident input. I won't talk too much about traffic. It's kind of clear that this will increase demand across Veterans Way. I did note that there were some mitigation proposals in the traffic impact assessment, but I think we have to be clear that those would be things that would be done in a future at a future stage and aren't really connected to the particular land use change that we're deciding today. I think maybe lastly, I'd just like to kind of address community expectations. Since 2016, this land has been designated for commercial development, and residents, as they've told us today, have made decisions based on that particular understanding. And this proposal represents a meaningful change, introducing multi-story residential development directly behind existing homes. And I think we really have to, when we make this kind of change, when we make this scale of change, we have to carefully consider those expectations. Because the decisions that we make in many instances are not reversible or easily reversible. I want to kind of also make it clear on my personal approach to this is that I do support increasing housing supply and diversifying our housing options, and I think these are important priorities. But in my mind, good planning is not just about adding density, it's about ensuring developments are appropriate for its location, that impacts are clearly understood, and that supporting infrastructure in place. And in this particular instance, placing high-density development directly adjacent to existing homes, along a corridor already under pressure, and without fully resolving plans for traffic and parking, just raises too many concerns for me. So with all that considered, I will not be supporting second and third readings of bylaw C1-26. Thank you.
Councillor Harris, go ahead.
Well, I think the developers have seen the writing on the wall. I personally am a pro-development councillor if development is done properly. I think the development team can see that there's some warts with your proposal. And ultimately, I think it probably stems by and large from the difficulty of developing a property as a legacy that should have been developed many years ago. But to make it happen, you're going to have to dig deep to find solutions to the problems that were addressed today by the residents and by members of council. I personally don't see a problem with mixed-use development in this area. I don't think it will cause a real big problem with transportation personally. And I've got a background in planning, development, engineering, and in transportation. And so I look at it from that standpoint, not totally within an elected official context. But the reality is there are warts with your proposal as it currently exists. It's failing. It will fail today, and it'll fail unanimously. I can't support it in that light. I was on the horns of a dilemma going forward to look at this because ultimately we've heard some comments about putting high density development behind Pineview. I don't think it's that big of a deal because I think there's enough separation from what would happen to what exists. Human nature is resistant to change, and I've spent a good portion of my career dealing with change management. And to get people to change, you have to demonstrate what's in it for me. What's in it for me that I should go along with this change? And I think you've heard enough of the things that ultimately would have to change to make this happen. And in my mind, one of the things would have to happen to address the concerns of the residents who have very eloquently spoken today and have given us lots of feedback in their emails, that there are some things that need to change dramatically to see this thing go forward. And I asked the questions about whether council should have the final say on this, and if it was just strictly for a development going forward, ultimately council can rely on our administration because I have the ultimate faith and confidence in our administration to do the right job if we give them the framework to ultimately make the right decisions. And that means the right land use bylaw and the right development direction going forward. And so all of those things have to come together. And in this case, I don't think it's there. And so in that context, I guess the direction I would give to the city manager and to our general manager of planning is to ultimately make sure that ultimately anything that does come forward ultimately respects the fact that council would have concerns going forward. We can't walk away from it. It is something that's there in a legacy context, and ultimately I think we have to be cognizant of that. To the developers, I want to see you be successful, but it has to be successful in the context of our community coming to grips with the fact that there would be a change in that regard. So I can't support it in that regard either. I was on that dilemma, but at this point in time, I think the writing's on the wall. It looks to me like it's a 7 against.
Well, I haven't talked yet, but
No.
so that's a guess.
Maybe. We'll see.
Okay, so wouldn't it have been nice if this property was developed back in the 70s and 80s when that area was being developed? Because then the transportation and the rights, the access to this property would have been done a little bit better than we are seeing today. But so in 2016, the community learned a green space was not a green space at all. It was privately owned land with development rights, and the council of the day and the residents spent significant time and stress to come up with the development rules that respected the rights of the property owners and created the least amount of impact to the disappointed neighborhood. Although times and market might have changed, it's still most likely that most of those same neighbors that were here 10 years ago to make their voices heard are a lot of the same people that we see today. It is a special piece of land. It's like none other than I have discussed in my 8.5 years on council. And I do believe that the compromise that was made in 2016 to create the commercial district is what was agreed upon to that neighborhood and to the council at the time. And I am going to uphold that today. I would say, though, that there isn't things that I hate about this development. I think that they did an excellent job, and I appreciate all the work that they did do to try to mitigate the concerns of the residents in that area. I just think that those residents were promised something, and we're going to uphold it. I don't mind like the seniors residents being incorporated in that along the highway where it's currently situated. But as for like adding like that much residential into that area, I'm just not sure that from a safety perspective, density, what those residents would have access to in that space. I just can't support that at this time. Not seeing anyone to weigh in on round 2. Councillor Ketcher, do you wish to close?
Great, thank you very much. And as I said before, I'm not supporting it. I am upholding the decision that was made back in 2016, and that will go down as politicians do keep their promises. So keeping my promise that I just not prepared to make this big of a change in what was being proposed in this. I absolutely agree there is opportunities for this piece of property, but given the access and egress, I think that has to really be taken into consideration when the proposal is brought forward. So I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll close the motion. And just for everyone in the viewing audience today, regardless of how I was talking and I voted wrong. Shoot, I did. Can I? Okay, it hasn't been. Can before it comes up? Can I revote? because it hasn't come up. Okay, can we just reset that? I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that we need to we need to continue to keep a professional room, and regardless of the outcome, please no cheering or booing or what have you, okay? Sorry, and thank you for that. Perfect, thank you. And that did fail. All right, it's been a long afternoon. We are going to take a 15-minute break, and then we will power through. So 6:20. All right, I'll bring the Tuesday, June 9th, 2026 regular council meeting back to order. Or I'm going to start, it's been a long afternoon already. I'm going to start with a motion from Councillor Noyan to, what's the word I'm looking for, Mr. Kaiser? Oh, no, sorry. To postpone, thank you, Councillor Harris. Postpone 8.2 and 8.3 to our next meeting. I think that they have it maybe ready for you.
Yeah, I'll just make a motion.
Oh, sorry.
We have it
Go ahead.
formally written there. Oh, thank you. I'll make the motion that 8.2 and 8.3 be
Postponed.
Postponed. Yeah, thank you. That's the word, to the next council meeting for June 16th. Would that be? Or June? Yeah, that's committee of the whole, right? So, yeah. Or no, that's where it's going.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. All right, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. All right, and now thank you for your patience. We are back to 8.1 RCMP Community Prioritization Plan. Staff Sergeant Scott Landy and Corrine Rayner presenting.
Good evening, Mayor Macon and members of council. My name is Corrine Rayner. I'm the Director of Protective Services for the city. And with me is, and I'm happy to introduce our new detachment commander, Staff Sergeant Scott Landy.
Quiet tap
Yes.
after I told them no capping. All right.
Today's presentation is a high-level overview of the RCMP policing plan and the work being done to support the local policing priorities in Fort Saskatchewan. The primary purpose of today's presentation is to seek council's approval of the 2026-2027 Community Prioritization Plan, which replaces the former Annual Policing Priorities Framework and reflects collaborative, community-driven approach to policing. This plan is informed by crime data, operational experience, and consultation with community partners and the policing committee. Council was provided the opportunity to give feedback through the policing survey as well to help inform these policing priorities before you today. I'll now turn it over to Staff Sergeant Landy for the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rayner, Your Worship, Council. Certainly is nice to have some stability moving forward. The community deserves it, and laying out a little bit more of a platform for the detachment. Today, I'll walk you through the 2025-2026 annual policing priorities, including our performance over the last year. I will also introduce the 2026-2027 Community Prioritization Plan, which reflects an evolution for the annual policing priorities to more of a collaborative and community informative approach. That's at Alberta RCMP level. It's not just the Fort Saskatchewan level, but the Community Prioritization Plan is being rolled out across the province. This presentation will highlight our areas of focus, key results, and our proposed priorities moving forward. Over the past year, our efforts have focused on the priorities of traffic safety, crime reduction, and strengthening police-community relationships. What you'll see throughout this presentation is how these areas are now being refined into a more targeted, intelligence-led approach, and using both informed data and community input. So the RCMP staffing and personnel stance as it is today. Extremely proud to say that we have 42 established positions, and all 42 of those are full. We don't have any hard vacancies as of today. With that, there are 6 members that are temporarily unavailable due to leave or other circumstances I'll get into in the next slide. But that currently leaves us with 36 members actively working out of the 42. Our management team consists of myself as a detachment commander, Staff Sergeant Terry Heigen as operations NCO, and one of those vacancies is the sergeant act operation, or the operations support NCO. We do have somebody filling that role temporarily. We operate under a post model, integrating municipal and provincial policing resources to allow for flexibility and efficiency in service delivery. You can see on the graph, the blue is our municipal positions and the green are our provincial partners. There is the benefit that we've been able to, with the exception that you can see watch 2, there's 2 provincial resources per watch. So to break it down a little further, 31 out of 34 municipal positions are working. 5 out of 8 provincial positions are working. So that leaves us with, like I say, the 36 of the 42. For clarity on our soft vacancies, we have 6 that I mentioned. 2 are on medical leave, 2 are on parental leave, and 2 are suspended. Those certainly still do have an impact on us. We're in a lot better position than we were a year ago, but having 6 vacancies still impacts our operations, and we do miss those members. We are actively engaged in succession planning to address the retirement of the sergeant. So that is underway to get an individual that has the appropriate skills and abilities to lead our general investigative section, our crime reduction. Our ops support side of the house has a little bit more competencies that are required for that. So we're looking to fill that with a capable individual. And then when we do have one member scheduled to transfer to Edson detachment. So we'll have a vacancy upcoming with them, but we are working with staffing to fill them. So for the 2025-2026 reporting period, Council approved 3 policing priorities: the traffic safety, police visibility and community relations, crime reduction with a focus on property crime. These priorities were established through community consultation, town halls last year, as well as a survey and analysis of local crime trends. So I will take you through each of those areas and give you an update on the progress that we had throughout the year. Traffic safety remained and still does remain a primary concern for both the community and the detachment. Our objective is to reduce collisions, serious injuries, and high-risk driving behaviors. One big change that we had for our detachment was we had a vacant municipal traffic position for a number of years. With the pattern of always having traffic safety identified as a priority, we filled that one, and I believe filling that in with an RCMP member had significant impact on our results and our traffic safety. That position was filled in June 2025, and this isn't just hit that individual member's statistics, it's a detachment as a whole. But in 2024, we had 586 violations. In 2025, we had 879. Of note, we did focus on impaired driving as well. We had 17 charged criminally and 14 under provincial sanctions, resulting in 31 impaired drivers removed from the roads. We do use hotspot patrols identifying high-risk areas, intersections, high traffic collisions, and we do strategically deploy our members there. And that also likely has a benefit in our Vision Zero objectives. So enforcement was supported through a number of coordinated initiatives, Option 4 programs targeting school zones and distracted driving. A total of 142 drivers successfully completed that program. I think our partnership with municipal enforcement can't be understated. That is a significant benefit that we have here. The working relationship that we have with our MES is absolutely fantastic. We undertake significant check stops and joint operations throughout the year with them and work closely hand in hand daily. These efforts have produced positive outcomes. Total collisions decreased by approximately 10%, 181 total property damage collisions, 75 of those minor injury. Major injury collisions decreased by nearly 79%. 4 major injury, which is they require the person to be transferred to hospital, and is what that is defined as, was down to 19. We did have 1 fatal collision on the east end of Highway 15, right on the city limits towards Dow. That was our only fatal last year. Priority 2, police and community relations. The second priority focused on enhancing police visibility and strengthening community relationships. This not only is the positive proactive patrols, but it is essential to maintaining public trust and supporting community safety. Our members maintain a strong and consistent presence within the community. Engagements extend beyond enforcement and included schools, community groups, and partner agencies. We, of course, had a presence at the RCMP's 150th anniversary here in the Fort. Remembrance Day, we hosted our own RCP open house, which is the picture of myself coloring the police car with the little girl there, and regular attendance to farmers market. These interactions are key to building trust, improving communication, and strengthening partnerships. I think one of the biggest successes we had in transparency and community relations was our strategic communication strategy. We created the Facebook page in last year that we launched. To date, that has 1.4 thousand followers that we're able to provide news updates to and media releases. In January of 2026, we also started our monthly mounting minutes updates, providing regular information to the public posted on the city website. So these efforts have contributed to increased public awareness and have supported investigations throughout community provided information, just keeping the community apprised of situations that or investigations that we're dealing with. Key support programs within the detachment. Our school resource officer is extremely valuable. They play a critical role in supporting students, staff, and families during crisis. This is a particular success during periods of increased mental health concerns. We have heard the amount of youth crimes that we have within the city, so we certainly see that value hand in hand when the SRO is directly in with the schools and has that close relationship with the students and staff. Victim services, who support victims of crime by ensuring they have the resources available. They make sure that the victims understand their rights and support them through the challenging criminal justice process. We have a great relationship with our 2 advocates that work within our detachment. And then domestic violence coordinator. The success has been noted in the domestic violence position and the key partnerships that they have, attending meetings and engaging with regular communication with those stakeholders. A decrease of 18% of spousal abuse between 2024 and 2025, which is from 624 to 511. The third priority was crime reduction, property crime. This is consistent with community concerns that we often hear about, and we still do today. That is due to the last impacts that it has on our residents. Obviously, there's not too many folks that aren't touched by it, and they see it. And when you have property stolen or somebody comes into your home, then there's nothing more invasive than that. So that remains a priority for us. But we've achieved strong results in this area over the past year. Overall property crime has decreased by 13%. Break-in enters decreased by 30%. Theft from vehicles decreased by 40%. And possession of stolen property decreased by 35%. There wasn't any consistent pattern of those occurrences throughout the city of Fort Saskatchewan. Our analyst associates that to being crimes of opportunity. So, for us, like you leave your doors unlocked to your truck and so the keys are in it, and it's a crime of opportunity by somebody that was passing by. It's not a targeted offense necessarily. Continuing on with property crime reduction. This began again with staffing our crime reduction unit. We have dedicated resources that are focused on proactively targeting prolific offenders and addressing property crime. When it keeps coming up as a priority, we need to have those positions filled, and that needs to remain a priority for us, ensuring that we have police officers that are dedicated to addressing the community concerns. We prioritize prolific offenders. We did have the success this last year in collaboration with the Alberta Sheriff's SCAN unit, where prolific problem property was closed down. Increased drug enforcement and significant seizures, 20% increase from 2024. Drug investigations go hand in hand with property crime and weapon seizures as well. So that is obviously the continued reduction of, we see the weapon seizures, so the crimes to our people, but also the property crimes. Drug trafficking occurrences seen a notable increase from 15 occurrences to 2024 to 32 in 2025. While that is an increase, that's a positive increase because that means we're generating the files and we're actually creating the files to address our drug traffickers. Of note, before we slide on, you can notice the CSI for Fort Saskatchewan is at 82 and the provincial average is 95.63, so we are below the provincial average for municipality. When I spoke of prolific offenders, we had more than 200 compliance checks on high-risk offenders. Last year, I remember being before you where we had 39 in total, so that's a significant increase that we had of our members can just going and conducting compliance checks with those individuals on conditions. So looking ahead, as I mentioned, the Alberta RCMP are transitioning from the annual policing priority model to a community prioritization plan. This approach allows for greater collaboration, flexibility, and responsiveness to emerging needs of the community. Based on the community survey that we did, the top 6 priorities identified were as follows: crime reduction, property crime, crime reduction, persons crime, reduce drug offenses and public disorder, traffic safety and Vision Zero, police visibility and community relations, and police and community relations. So a lot of those in the top 6 can kind of get merged into, and that's what we ended up doing when we looked at our creation of what our 3 priorities were going to be. We can combine the crime reduction, property crime, and drug offense, because they do go hand in hand, and that's in the capacity of intelligence-led policing. The way we're going to address those 2 offenses is proactively and work with our analysts in development of confidential informants, and those members proactively addressing property crime. There will always be that, and there will always be that response to it, but that's what intelligence-led policing is addressing it, recognizing crime trends, and dedicating resources to it. Crimes against persons is a new one. That was a community priority, and we will never be in a position to reduce all persons crime. And how we have to take this approach as a priority is we just have to treat it as an education. So when you look at fraud, domestic violence, assaults, uttering threats, those are means that we can do to educate the public, and that's how we're going to treat this priority: is community engagement and public awareness. So then the last one, police visibility and community relations. Increase community engagement through targeted outreach initiatives using strategic media campaigns and public education. We will continue to use our social media footprint and see the success that we're having with Facebook. Enhance safety and accessibility through consistent high visibility patrols on community interaction. When I look at one of the identified ones from the survey, public disorder, that's kind of where I see the police visibility and community relations coming in. That's going to be our targeted patrols. Visibility in the summertime, we're going to be out on bikes and patrolling those areas and the pathways. And then lastly, enhance public confidence and service quality by ensuring thorough and responsive follow-up on complaints. One thing we heard was that our members weren't necessarily updating all the complainants, and that wasn't the satisfaction of closure. So this is a new one that we put into place where we're going to be monitoring quarterly. We're going to have an NCO that all our NCOs, our watch commanders, will be checking files to make sure our complaints are updated, but we're actually going to do some spot checking and cold calling complainants to ensure that they were satisfied with the response that they got. And lastly, when you look at the community engagement, just to note on that survey that we had from last year comparable to this year, we had an increase of 174%, which is 425 responses. So I do anticipate that will continue to grow with our increased presence on social media and being able to use strategic communications to get that out. So that's the presentation I have for you, if any questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wesley.
I'd like to move the motion. Move the motion and ask some questions if I might.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. I move that Council approve the Fort Saskatchewan RCMP Community Prioritization Plan for the 2026-2027 fiscal year as outlined in the RCMP Annual Performance Plan Year-End Report attached to Appendix A to the June 9th, 2026 requests for decision, including the following priorities: intelligence-led policing, persons crime reduction, victim safety, police community relations, and engagement.
I'll accept the motion. Do you wish to speak to it?
That's almost as long as one of Councillor Randhawa's motions. Wow. Congratulations, Scott, on your permanent assignment to your detachment commander. I think that's a wonderful thing. And maybe I'll sneak in one comment since I've moved the motion. Your animation of your crime analyst, bang on, okay? Just perfect rendition of her. So I wonder if you can maybe give me a little bit more detail on what you mean by intelligence-led policing, and I'm really hoping to hear statistical analysis in there.
So what did you want to hear?
Intelligence-led policing, what is it?
Okay, through your worship to Councillor Wesley. So intelligence-led policing is us building up the intelligent, like the pool of data that we have to target our prolific offenders, right? It absolutely starts with our crime analysts. So they're going to be the one pulling the numbers, linking everything. You quite often hear, we truly mean it, no call is too small. So sometimes when we go to town halls, we hear people, well, we stopped calling because there's no response or you're not going to be able to solve it. But that doesn't do us any good because we were able to pull that material and the details of the individual or the pickup truck, right? So we're mapping in the area of the calls and developing trends and building that intelligence pool with our analysts. So she's a key aspect in what that means. Secondly to that is our ensuring our resources are full on our dedicated crime reduction unit members. Those are the members that are in plain clothes. They're going to be conducting surveillance operations. They're going to be out interacting with people and building the pool of confidential informants, right? It is equally as frustrating for us to move files forward, but quite often again we hear well, so-and-so is selling drugs, but we need to be able to collaborate that. And there's a lot of behind the scenes and that goes, we might know this, but we need to build that package to conclusion that's going to be successful in court. That starts with intelligence and building that package. So when you loop in property crime and drugs, they go hand in hand, right? It's the drug environment fuels the property crime. If your vehicle's stolen, it's likely used in an offense, right? So we can merge those two together in order to build our information that we have. We can advance files and ensure that we're targeting the right individuals.
Okay, awesome. What if I just ask one more question? When we're talking about community engagement, how can we utilize or more utilize the absolutely dedicated, wonderful people on the policing committee?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think in recent weeks, I was able to travel to Alberta Association of Police Governance and see the positive impact that our policing community actually has at a provincial level. It's utilizing that experience and bringing that back. Police governance is an evolving topic in Alberta right now, but we have 20, 30 years of a community that's already established. So we're ahead of the curve, but it's continuing to have them be the representation of the community. That's the biggest value that I'm going to get, is having those individuals around the policing committee give me a real live pulse monthly on what the trends are, what they're hearing, so that we can tweak our operations. As I mentioned in the one of the benefits of the community prioritization plan is we can modify our priorities now, whereas we were kind of locked in for the year. I don't want to get into a habit of adjusting regularly, but we can tweak based off public perception. So it's having the right people on the committee that can represent the communities, feed us that information, and then the element as well as police governance is accountability. Like it's okay to ask the tough questions, and to I am certainly not too proud to be open to ideas from smart people around the room. That's one of the biggest takeaways I had from sitting there for the last 4 hours, was there's a lot of people that have some really good ideas, and it's being able to listen to them. So that's no different than the police committee on how I can affect my service.
Okay, well, I'm happy that's what you came out of with the 4 hours, not that we talked too much. Thanks a lot, Scott.
Thank you. I have one question for you, Staff Sergeant Landy. So obviously Vision Zero for us is ensuring zero fatalities in our community. And are you able to share perhaps what the primary contributing factor was in the one fatality we had? You don't have to if that's confidential.
Yeah, Your Worship. It was like I say, it was right on the outskirts of the city, so it was speed was a factor. Rounding a corner kind of situation where speed was a factor. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I mean, from our perspective, we want to make sure it's not the way that the roads are designed and things like that. So thank you for sharing that. Councillor Randawa, you are next.
If I can just touch on it, for traffic safety, you'll notice that it's not a priority necessarily reflected within R3. That's because it remains a priority for municipal enforcement. We will continue to have traffic services on there to contribute to Vision Zero. And our member will be focused on traffic safety, but we're going to continue that partnership with municipal enforcement taking the lead on that.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for bearing with us today. You know, I'm feeling pretty safe today. We had the both of you in the audience. I was sitting in between Councillor Blizzard and a member of municipal enforcement, and we always have Councillor Wesley on the policing committee, which always inspires me to be safe. So, thank you for all the work that you do. I did have one question around the school resource officer. I want to say that program started around 2014. I put the motion forward back then with Councillor Ketcher, and Blizzard supported me. It was kind of a new thing we found money in the budget for back then. And I just want to know, like, how's it been going for the past decade or so?
Yeah, through Your Worship, Councillor Randauer. It can't be understated. It's one of those key positions where you almost lose touch of it because it's so important that those you for myself, you don't necessarily see the relations that they have with the staff and the students until something comes up. But when something comes up, it's a major issue, right? Last year we had a high profile incident from the schools. I won't get into the details of it, but that was generated from that interaction with the school resource officer. And it's just, all it is one incident. Then that proves the benefit of having the school resource officer in the school. It goes beyond the schools, though. It's that relationship with the youth, right? There's lots of times where our members have complaints after hours or on weekends, and come Monday, that school resource officer is able to provide their direct input and their knowledge of family situation, mental health issues with particular individuals. So it absolutely is a benefit.
Awesome. Great to hear. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ketcher.
So 2 questions. So first of all, I'll just go off that one. So as we plan for the new big high school, junior high of 1400, and the school resource officer is 12 years ago, is there going to be a request or a need to start looking at adding a second one?
Your worship, through Councillor Kutcher, absolutely. We've already, last year, council approved an additional resource, and those conversations have already started internally. Where best can we do it? It will be likely going to the crime reduction unit right now, just based off volume. But as we plan ahead, we see the expansion, we see the need and the increase of youth crimes here within the city, and it's a huge demand. And there's no doubt that our school resource officer is stretched to capacity. So the first thing that I'm going to do before we look at requesting additional resources is how do we function that within our detachment operations. We can identify other members to be liaisons with schools. This school resource officer isn't meant for necessarily elementary schools, right? But we can have another constable within the detachment that's a liaison with one of the schools and be that point of contact. So I think there's things that we can do to mitigate that risk right now internally, but that is absolutely on our radar. Karina and I are already working. I think we're with council in September for the multi-year financial plan and looking at where else we need resources. Yeah.
Thank you. Second question that I have, I go east of Fort Saskatchewan a lot, and I don't know, east of Fort Saskatchewan, there's always cop cars out there towards past Bruderheim and in Lamont. So how do you find, so when we talk about these priorities, do these tie in with our rural partners that you're serving as well? So number one, how do they tie in with them? And number two, how are you finding the resourcing, having to go in different directions outside our community?
Your worship, to Council Couture, great question. Even with our annual policing priorities and now the community prioritization plan, we're on one detachment commander with several contracts, right? So we have the City of Fort Saskatchewan, that is the primary contract and stakeholder. But then we have our world between Chipman, Lamont County, Sturgeon County, Bruderheim. Those all have individual prioritization plans. But we are only going to have one priority for the detachment. We can't have 3 different priorities for all those different communities. So it's really reflective. What we did this year was our survey included those rural communities with the exception of Sturgeon County that did their own and provided us input. But what we see in the city is very similar to what we're going to see in those rural areas. And it's the main themes will be property crime, traffic safety, right? So we're able to, that's where I can take the community input, and then my role is to kind of merge it into 3 priorities that we can work with. Does that answer your question completely?
Well, it kind of answers my question. I only asked that because at the policing committee update, I think we had a gentleman there that was from Lamont, and he was complaining that, you know, for them, it's like lack of service, but, you know, and I understand that's 40 minutes away, but, you know, I'm just wondering, are you finding the resourcing or, you know, is this something that the provincial government or somebody else needs to step up and provide some funding?
Yeah, I knew there was a second portion to that question. That's why I knew I was missing something. Yeah, so that's the benefit of operating in a post model, right? Where crime doesn't have any borders, and we do work hand in hand. When you talk about resources that you might see in the East Country, we have the dedicated provincial traffic services now, so they will be venturing out there as well. And it is managing the members that we have to deploy out there. If there's a major event in Lamont, our detachment will go, but we might also have, for those that were able to attend our real-time operations center, we have those individuals in headquarters that are redeploying resources. So that doesn't mean Fort Saskatchewan is without coverage. That means other areas will be flooded in to provide that coverage. So it absolutely is an effect on the provincial government. I don't have any control over our provincial resources. We can advocate through their MLAs to put the pressure on, but you see the benefits of the school resource officer. And I bring that up because that's the one I primarily hear about when I'm in the rural communities is how can we need a footprint in the schools? But that is a dedicated Fort Saskatchewan resource, right? So those are the limitations that we have to broaden out to the provincial area. It's manageable as is, and I think we do the best job that we can to patrol our provincial areas. But that's always going to be the balance is where to deploy our members.
Okay, thank you. You have an excellent photographer for those pictures.
That's right.
Councillor Nguyen?
Thank you. I'm glad we got some color on the SRO position. Every time I drive by a school, I think first thought is, oh no, there's a student getting arrested, and I remember the SRO position, so that's good. I just wanted you to add a bit of color on like the adaptability of the policing priorities, because seems almost like we do this exercise every year. It's my fifth one, and we're like, yeah, these are great things. So let's target those and go to town. I mean, but all of a sudden there's everybody's RV is getting stolen. Obviously, you pivot, right? And so, I mean, I guess what's the integrity of these as they hold up through the year, and you're noticing these different trends? And maybe can you just tell us how you go about navigating what the crime trends are, I guess, and yeah, how you prioritize them throughout the seasons?
Your worship, through to Council Nguyen. That's the discussion I was just having with Karina. It was almost like graduating out of some of these, because it came up last year that the policing priorities are always the same and similar, and I think that kind of will maintain status because these are the main functions of the community, right? So when we are able to, if there's a crime trend that starts up, we absolutely will deploy our resources. That's going to be through the use of the analyst is who's going to be able to primarily identify that, as well as the responding members. And if it's a crime trend that can be identified by one individual offender, then we're going to target that offender. But that's the problem with how do we assess the success of it? I think it starts with our community engagement and being transparent with our communities. That was the one thing that we heard was through the survey was just the transparency that we have with them, and is this the true issues that they're actually having, right? So an actual assessment and deep dive into what the community concerns are, and then ensuring that there's satisfaction in it, right? If there's no closure and if people don't see results, then it's going to continuously be an issue for them, right? So hopefully we can see results and give some individuals some closure, so we can next year we can have an accurate assessment of how we made out with our priorities.
Appreciate that. You've got a very capable team between you and everyone else, and so thanks for the work you do and keep it up.
Councillor Randhawa?
I just want to make a comment that was sparked from Councillor Catcher's question on SRO. I'm only one member of 7, but as we start looking towards the new SRO position, I'd love to see that start to be part of our budget discussion sooner rather than later, whether we piecemeal funding that over a couple of years or so forth. I'll kind of just throw that comment out there. I'm not a big fan of adding FTEs, but I think that's one council needs to consider duly. So I would appreciate it the sooner we see that.
If I could just make a comment through the mayor to Councillor Randhawa. So Protective Services is working on a policing growth plan or a policing plan, and we'll be bringing that forward to council. That will give you a very fulsome look at our crime data and statistics and trends. We will be including information about the SRO and the capacity there. They're now going to 13 different schools. So as Scott has mentioned, that we're definitely looking at that area, but council can be seeing that policing plan coming forward in the next year.
Thank you. Councillor Wesley to close.
Can I ask one question?
Absolutely.
All right. Since community safety is going to be an important pillar in our strategic plan, when and if we ever get a chance to pass it, how can council help support and influence some of the success of some of these priorities?
Through your worship, Councillor Wesley, it's, through the consultation from council and continued dialogue with us to ensure that we're on the right track with the policing priorities, the approval of the priorities today, and then just using your platforms to be our advocates as well to see that, and then through the policing committee liaison is bringing the feedback from council to us that we can have the real-time concerns that you guys are hearing, not only from all aspects of the community, the residents, the business owners, the downtown core, and so that we can pivot and adapt our service based off the needs that you guys are seeing as well.
Okay, awesome. Okay, I'm going to maybe close with one last comment that maybe is underappreciated because Scott in his humility didn't bring it up. But in the past, our CMP vacancy has been so-so, and in the last year, you can kind of see that it's really improved a lot. And whilst I understand there's a whole bunch of reasons for that, I think part of that is leadership, and I think that's a testament to your leadership. And just one last thing is there was a lot of consultation that goes with coming up with these three priorities, both with the residents, with the RCMP, and then a connection with protective services. And I think this is a good summarization or of three really focused priorities. All right.
Thank you very much. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience this afternoon. All right, 8.2 and 8.3 are both postponed. Moving on to bylaw 9.1. Bylaw C 2026 amend land use bylaw C 2320 to update C5 Fort Mall redevelopment district by adding new discretionary use education public. Taryn Samra presenting. Oh, look at you. Taryn's been waiting all day. Let's give him a chance.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Taryn Samra. I'm a planner with the city's Planning and Development Department, here to present a brief summary of bylaw C 20-26, a land use bylaw text amendment to the C5 district. So to begin with a little information about the C5 district, it was added to the land use bylaw in September of 2014. C5 district can be considered a special district as it applies only to the Fort Station Mall site to assist with the redevelopment of the site. The district can accommodate a mix of commercial and residential uses, and the development of the district was guided by the objectives and policies from the downtown area redevelopment plan. The Fort Station Mall site shown with the blue star is in the downtown neighborhood, bounded by 99 Avenue, 108th Street, and 98th Avenue. In February of 2026, Collaborative Futures, on behalf of Elk Island Public Schools, approached administration regarding a land use bylaw text amendment. They are proposing to amend the C5 district to add education public as a discretionary use. The purpose to add education public to the C5 district is to develop a skills and learning center at the Fort Station Mall site. No additional changes are proposed to the C5 district, but I do want to mention that in the council report, a parking study and a traffic impact assessment were deferred to the development permit stage. Administration has received a first draft of these reports, which are under review, but as a note, since we are working with the applicant to finalize these reports, any technical information about these reports would be limited at this time. Administration supports the amendment to the C5 district as it aligns with the policies of the Municipal Development Plan and the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan. The development of the use of education public at the Fort Station Mall site supports policies for adding businesses and services that contribute to downtown vitality, meet the diverse needs of the community, and encourage new activity at the Fort Station Mall site. Should council give first reading to the bylaw, a public hearing will be advertised in the Fort Saskatchewan Record. Landowners within 100 meters of the proposed amendment area will be delivered a notice with a total of 134 letters to be delivered. A copy of the proposed bylaw will be available on the city's website, and the target date for the public hearing is July 7th, 2026. The recommended motion is that council give first reading to bylaw C 20-26 as described in the council report, and further that a public hearing be scheduled.
Thank you very much. Councillor Randhawa, you're first.
I was on the fence, but what a presentation. I move that council give first reading to bylaws C 20-26 to amend land use bylaw C 23-20 as distributed.
Thank you very much. I'll accept the motion. Do you wish to speak to it?
It's first reading. Let's get the ball rolling.
Thank you very much. It's open for discussion and debate. Not seeing any. Would you wish to close? You're good. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote.
I was moved by your words.
I should have just moved the last one.
And that is carried unanimously. Thank you so much for your patience as well. I vote to skip notice of motions this evening. But is there any notice of motions this evening? Excellent. Not seeing any. We don't have any room on any upcoming meetings anyway. Points of interest.
Yes, always.
All right, go ahead, Councillor Wesley.
I will
It's been a
not be
long day
bullied.
though, so make it short.
All right, make it short. All right. Well, the great thing, Paul had the great staff of Fort Historical Precinct give me a June historical fact, and so I think it's important for you folks to learn something here. In late June of 1915, the hamlet across the river. Oh, I only got 4 pages of this. Come on. Was hit by a devastating flood, rising 10 meters above its normal level. Shush. You guys are too rowdy.
Go ahead.
The river overflowed its banks. Interestingly enough, downstream in Edmonton, crews fought to protect the low-level bridge by weighing it down with sand-filled train cars to withstand the force of the water and debris. Anyway, I'll keep it short.
Yeah, that was actually very interesting. Thank you for sharing. Councillor Randhawa?
I did have a councillor inquiry about this Heritage Trails Park I've heard a little bit about.
Do you have a point of interest before we move into that?
Oh, is this the wrong one? Oh,
Yeah.
never mind. I'll wait.
No, that's okay. Don't turn off your button. Do you have a point of interest? Go ahead.
Just a quick one. So several of us attended FCM over the weekend, and it was a very enlightening event with going to a lot of sessions. So several of us were in Edmonton, and just so that the public knows that we were out working all weekend for them. Thank you.
Not seeing any more points of interest. Councillor inquiries. Councillor Randhawa?
Sorry for jumping the gun there.
No, that's okay.
This Heritage Trails Park, I've heard a little bit about it and some of the work that may have been done over the last couple of years when I wasn't here. Would I be able to get some info on it? Like what are some of the work that's been done or thoughts or future plans and how that may fall on the capital plan and things like that?
Yeah, through your worship, we can send you the documentation that was created previously, like the plan that's in place that we're following. And then just a reminder that a week from today is the 10-year capital plan meeting, and there'll be people here and staff that can answer questions, and I'm assuming it'll come up in the discussion somewhere. So
cool. I was trying to be prepared for that meeting. That's why I made
we can send you some information in advance.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other councillor inquiries? All right, so just a reminder, we will be going in closed session to hear a couple presentations and then back out of enclosed to make a couple motions and then back into enclosed session. With that, can I get a motion to go in close? Councillor Blizzard.
Sure, I'll make a motion that we go in camera to discuss all the things that are on our list.
Covered under Atia. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote.
vote no. I guess we need all this down here still.
I'll lug it back and forth.
Oh yeah, there was
thing is, the tickets there for even for the playoffs are so much cheaper than Edmonton's. It's crazy.
All right. All right. We are back to open session. We have 2 items coming out of in camera to vote on. Just be careful if you move the motion that you are moving the gray highlighted one. I'm sure Legislative Services will only put up the one. So we'll start with the first one, if you can put it up on the screen.
Sorry, I'm looking
Want
for
us just
someone
to
to
read it
make the
from-
motion, just so we can populate who's moving. This would be the one related to intergovernmental matters.
Okay. Do you have that one?
I do.
Yep.
I'm
Okay,
ready.
go ahead, Councillor Blizzard.
I make a motion that council approves the motion presented during the June 9th, 2026 regular council meeting closed session as part of the agenda item, is it 13-2, intergovernmental affairs update.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any comments. Close the motion.
All good.
Please cast your vote. You have to go back into open. If you're in closed, you have to go into. Yeah, that works too.
Same for you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And that is carried 6-1. That was the first one that we talked about upstairs. All right. Who would like to make the second motion? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Blizzard.
Hang on, I just gotta get this one up because somebody changed mine.
That was me.
And just hit your mic.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that council approve the motion presented during the June 9th, 2026 regular council meeting closed session as agenda item 13.4 land matter.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ketcher?
Yes, and while I know it's discussed in camera and I'm not going to say anything out of context, I just want to go on record as saying I'm not supporting this. I have some very big opinions about this, and I just really believe we need a little more time to think and contemplate this. So I will be voting against this.
Thank you. Councillor Randawa?
Yeah, given it's in camera, I'm just going to echo that statement. I share the same concerns, and I think this is putting the cart before the horse.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is defeated 3-4. I'll take a motion to go back in camera. Councillor Noyan.
I move that council enter in camera again.
Accept the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. We'll move back in camera.